The Committee on Housing, the Committee on Housing, the Committee, the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is now here called to order. Good morning to my colleagues, staff, testifiers, and most importantly, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And welcome to the first hearing of this calendar year, 2024, to the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Although we had an update on this matter in October of last year, telecommunications will again be the topic under discussion in today's hearing. There are two reasons for this. First, I must say that the astonishing increase in customer complaints about the quality of the telecommunications service forces us to take a second, deeper look at the industry, its challenges, and its future in the territory. As my Vice Chair and I stated recently in a letter to the leadership of the U.S. Congress, providing affordability and high-speed internet to every American is as critically important as connecting rural Americans to electricity and telephone lines was generations ago. Whether it is staying in touch with family and friends, engaging in e-commerce, keeping up with current events, or just carrying out everyday business like paying bills and shopping, there is an increasing divide of life changes and opportunities between people who have high-speed internet and people who do not. This divide even applies to entire communities who increasingly find their collective economic and social health tied to whether high-speed internet is accessible and affordable in the area. As such, when people in the Virgin Islands are regularly experiencing episodes where they can't even use their mobile phones to get online or call for help, sometimes it is dreadful and it's really wrong, and we must address this situation. As such, we have called in all the stakeholders, the telecommunications providers, the agencies that they must partner with to install and maintain the infrastructure, and the regulatory agencies to get a handle on exactly what the issues are and to address any outstanding matters that can be resolved. The second reason we are meeting is that the quality of our service is only one part of the equation. It doesn't matter how good or how physically accessible a service is if you can't afford it. As such, much of our discussion today will center around the question of how we can make internet and mobile services more affordable for our people. And especially our elders, and of course, our most precious resource, our school children and their families. In our research, my team and I have found that there are programs available to reduce the costs that our people and our government have not been maximizing. We found that there are programs that the telecommunications providers offer elsewhere in the U.S., but not in the Virgin Islands, and that we have struggled in front of us to not only gain access to programs that we have been excluded from, but we must also struggle along with other Americans to maintain existing programs that provide an essential benefit to thousands of Virgin Islands and millions of Americans. The Federal Affordability Connectivity Program, which provides discounts on devices and the monthly bills, is an extension of the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program that was established during the pandemic and enacted as a permanent program as part of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act of 2021. The importance of this for today's discussion is that eligibility is not limited to SNAP and Medicaid recipients and residents of public housing. In fact, the program has been open to any household with a child that is eligible for school lunch, which in the Virgin Islands means every child in our public and private school system. Yet it appears that we have done nothing to take advantage of this. Unfortunately, the future of this program, which provides discount on devices and a monthly bill, is an extension of the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program. And I must say that here in the Virgin Islands, unfortunately, the future of this program is in jeopardy, as Congress has not agreed on a funding package to continue the provision of benefits. As such, the benefits provided by the program are currently due to terminate in this year, April, thus creating a financial burden for over 5,000 Virgin Islanders and their family that participate in this program at this time, and closing a window of opportunity for more than 10,000 additional families that qualify for these benefits but who have not yet applied. Along with my Vice Chair, Maurice James, again, as I stated earlier, we did write a letter to Congress urging them to take action on this matter of such importance to thousands of Virgin Islanders and millions of Americans. It is our hope that Congress will do what is necessary. But in the meantime, it is important for us to understand the extent to which we may be impacted and to see what other options there are for increasing affordability and providing internet for all. We are going to drill down into this matter today and see what can be done to ensure that moving forward, every Virgin Islander has access to affordable high-speed internet. Towards that end, we have invited, in addition to the usual stakeholders, the Department of Education to participate in this discussion, since the nearly 11,000 students in our public school systems and 3,000 students in a private school are eligible to participate in a number of programs that we need to be aware of and take advantage of. We have also invited the Virgin Islands Broadband Office to give us an update on where we are in terms of our participation in a federal broadband equity access and development program called BEAD, which has provided millions of dollars in funding, both on an infrastructure level and on a customer access level, to help bridge the digital divide. We recently celebrated Martin Luther King holiday, and in a few days, we will begin to commemorate the Black History Month. And if we understand nothing else about the struggle for equality and liberation, we know that the struggle to move forward begins in the mind, and it can go nowhere else if an individual or a community doesn't have the means to access and share information. In today's time, this requires high-speed internet and mobile communications. And so today, in honor of Dr. King, and in honor of Dr. King, and in honor of his achievements and struggles, we must prepare ourselves for Black History Month, which is this month. And I do welcome you to a robust discussion today as we address this topic that is so important to our future, for knowledge is indeed power. And as Bob Marley stated, none but ourselves can free our minds. Without further ado, let us begin the business of today. Madam Clerk, please call the roll and read today's agenda into the record.
Roll call. Senator Maurice James. Senator James, present.
Here.
Yes. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Present. Senator Bolquez, present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Carla Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Mr. Chair, we have 7 present.
Very well. Are there any correspondence to go into the record?
We have 1.
Please proceed.
Okay. I will start with the agenda. Okay. Agenda for Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Wednesday, January 24, 2024, Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, VI. Block 1. Telecommunications update in light of an upsurge in customer complaints, unresolved issues between providers and regulatory agencies, and the ongoing crisis of affordability. Topics of particular interest include an update on ongoing networks and other issues impacting the quality of service, along with the action plans, and address any such matters. Status of present infrastructure projects and plans for future development, with a focus on planning and utilization of federal broadband funding. Plan for improving and expanding customer service, connection speeds, and service coverage areas in the Virgin Islands. Issues and challenges regarding coordinating between telecommunication providers and government agencies on issues such as permitting, access to poles and conduits, customer service issues, etc., and affordability of internet access in general for the territory's student in particular, including utilization of expanded affordability connectivity program. Invited testifiers: the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrickson, Commissioner, Department of Education; the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works; the Honorable John Pierre Oriel, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Mr. Andrew Smith, CEO, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority; Ms. Sandra Satori, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Public Service Commission. Mr. Stephen Adams, CEO, Virgin Islands Next Generation Networks, VINGN. Ms. Wanda Perez Alvarez, Esquire, Government Affairs Council, Liberty Mobile, PRVI. Ms. Geraldine Pitt, CEO, VIA Inc. Mr. Mark Hodge, Legal Counsel, T-Mobile VI. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read the correspondence into the record.
Okay, this correspondence was received from Department of Public Works, January 23rd, 2024. Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairperson, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capital Building, St. Thomas, VI 00802, regarding legislative hearing on January 24, 2024, revised. Dear Senator Blyden, thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications to provide updates on infrastructure projects, telecommunications, and federal broadband funding. Unfortunately, due to the schedule conflicts, I'm unable to, as stated in my previous letter dated January 9, 2024. While I recognize the importance of hearings such as this, my previous scheduled engagement cannot be moved and there's no other appropriate person available to testify on the subject. Considering the importance of this matter, I wanted to offer comments specifically on the matter of the undergrounding efforts being undertaken by Liberty VI. The Department of Public Works, DPW, is responsible for permitting all excavation and undergrounding efforts taking place in roads and public right-of-ways. DPW actively participates in utility coordination efforts with all government and private entities with undergrounding projects. Specific to Liberty VI, DPW meets with them weekly and has invited them to participate in biweekly meetings with all utilities. Essentially, Liberty VI can meet with DPW representatives 6 times monthly in addition to requested meetings between their leadership and myself. To date, DPW has approved 15 permit packages for Liberty VI, 11 for the St. Croix District, and 4 for the St. Thomas-St. John District. Currently, there are approximately 10 applications pending review for the St. Croix District and 1 package for the St. Thomas-St. John District. On St. Croix, Liberty VI has several approved large permit packages. We recently returned over 10 packages that were reviewed and sent back for revision. Just like any utility, government, or private, DPW is committed to the timely review and approval of all excavation permits. However, it is important to note that prior to the Liberty VI undergrounding efforts, DPW has no experience with micro-trenching or a policy for such. Moreover, our policy for undergrounding efforts has been to require trenching to be done at least 24 inches or below the surface in the right-of-way. Micro-trenching calls for lines to be buried within 8 to 12 inches from the surface. In fact, many jurisdictions across the country limit micro-trenching and have strict requirements. Most, if not all states, do not allow micro-trenching on highways. Caution must be exercised when permitting micro-trenching to avoid future conflicts and costly relocations. Given the importance of this project, my staff and I have made ourselves reasonably available to Liberty VI to work through inherent problems for Phase 1 and the continued issues with Phase 2. Based on some of the inconsistencies we're seeing, there seems to be a disconnect between the project development team and the on-island boots on the ground, including contractors, subcontractors, and project superintendents. There have been instances where crews have done work in unpermitted, unapproved areas. There are instances in both Phase 1 and 2 where a lack of utility coordination resulted in cuts to the VI-NGN infrastructure and VIA infrastructure. In one instance, an excavation package was submitted for Main Street, which is a clear no excavation zone on St. Thomas, as we recently completed a $13 million rehabilitation. My staff and I have been very vocal about the need for Liberty VI to address the Phase 1 deficiencies that exist, such as loose and facility vault covers, failing trench restoration across the territory, and inadequate stripping, particularly in St. Croix. There also must be an acknowledgement and acceptance that Liberty VI honors all agreements and stipulations inherited with the acquisition of Broadband VI and their assets. This has been a major sticking point between DPW and Liberty VI. Recognizing that DPW does not have adequate in-house staff to perform daily inspections, we implemented a quality assurance and quality control QA/QC plan with Liberty VI that includes third-party inspectors paid for by Liberty VI. A revised QA/QC plan was submitted to DPW on November 14, 2023, requiring additional considerations and revisions. This revised plan is still pending our comments, and we have been actively meeting with Liberty on necessary revisions. However, we are still observing ongoing issues with adherences to approved plans and specifications. The inspection report submitted to DPW verified the disconnect that exists between the submitted QA/QC plan and field construction. Field inspectors lack the environment and teeth necessary to ensure field staff adhere to DPW approved plan and specification. My team and I have an obligation and responsibility to residents to ensure safe transportation infrastructure. All permits are reviewed and scrutinized through this lens. While we are committed to working with Liberty to ensure approved permit packaging, safety and fully restored roadways will always be our priority. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before the committee, and I apologize for any inconvenience my absence may have caused. As always, please feel free to reach out to me directly if you have any questions or concerns. Sincerely, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, USVI Public Works. This concludes the reading of the testimony.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I fail to recognize the presence of non-committee member Novell Francis. He's always here at these hearings, so I honestly didn't realize he was not a member, but nonetheless, I want to welcome him to the hearing, and thank you for being here. But before I go to the testifiers where they come to introducing themselves, I just want to put on the record, I appreciate the correspondence from Commissioner Gabriel, but at the same time, I am very disappointed. Reason being, after our meeting in October, we reached out, we have backdoor meetings, etc., in respect to the situation, because we have a serious situation in the territory, and it affects all of us. And I understand that we are very busy, all of us, and we have other plans, other arrangements, but it's very important to assure that you put individuals to stand when you cannot stand in that seat, whereas they can respond to questions that we need to have answered, because we cannot move forward cohesively if we are all not at the table at the same time and really come up with solutions to get many of these challenges, these vexing issues to our people solved. So I just want to put it on the record that, in the future we need to have someone there. We have directors, we have assistant commissioners, we have other individuals who should be able to respond to questions and concerns by us and our people. So I needed to put it on the record. If we can have everyone to introduce themselves on my right, Commissioner Wells Hentington, please put your name on the record, and we're going to move to the other end.
Good morning, Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner of the Department of Education.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please recognize the mic of PSC?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Senators. My name is Sandra Satori, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Kling, representing Liberty VI.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Blyden, other senators in the House. My name is Ravindra Mewalal, and I'm the new country manager for Liberty VI.
Can you repeat your last name for us, please, slowly?
Mewalal.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair, other senators. Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator Blyden and other senators and members of the committee. My name is Geraldine Pitts, and I'm representing VIA.
Good morning, Ms. Pitt.
Good morning. Stephen Adams, President CEO, VINGN.
Morning, Ms. Adams.
Good morning, Senator Blyden, other members of the committee, and other senators present. Good morning to the WAPA family and listening public. I'm Andrew Smith. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Director O'Neill. And good morning again to all. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Good morning, Senator, and thanks for being here, a non-committee member. We are going to begin today's presentation. I'm going to start with the Department of Education. I'll let you go first. We're going to start with the chairman this morning. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications Chair, Senator Marvin Blyden, Vice Chair, Maris C. James, committee members, Carla J. Joseph, Angel Boquez Jr., Samuel Carrion, Dwayne DeGraff, and Ray Fonseca. Non-committee members present, and everyone listening and viewing today. I am Dr. Dion Wells-Hedrington, and I'm here to present an overview of the major projects initiated by the Virgin Islands Department of Education for enhancing telecommunications infrastructure in our schools. With me this morning is Victor Sohm III, Assistant Commissioner. Additionally, Rodney Hendrickson, our Director of Management Information Systems, will be participating virtually. His experience and insights have been invaluable in the integration of advanced information systems within our educational framework. Telecommunication in our schools play a pivotal role in enhancing the educational experience. They bridge the gap between local and global education, allowing students to connect with global trends and access various digital platforms. This technology facilitates immediate communications for updates and parental engagement and ensures educational continuity during unforeseen circumstances, offering flexible learning environments that cater to different styles and needs. The ability to collaborate with peers and experts globally broadens students' perspectives and deepens their learning experience. Regarding safety and security, telecommunications enables swift emergency communications and efficient monitoring of our school premises. They simplify administrative tasks, from managing student records to optimizing resources, increasing efficiency, and reducing costs. Importantly, exposure to these technologies fosters digital literacy, equipping students with essential skills for a technology-driven job market and encouraging creativity and critical engagement with the technology. Moreover, telecommunication ensures inclusive access to quality internet resources for all students, including those with special needs. They facilitate innovative teaching methods like virtual reality and personalized learning experiences. For educators, it offers opportunities for professional development and global exchange of best practices. In essence, telecommunication in education enhances learning and prepares students for a future in an increasingly interconnected and digital world. Surveillance cameras, present infrastructure projects and plans. Surveillance cameras. The installation of surveillance cameras across all school campuses is a significant step towards ensuring the safety and security of our students and staff. These cameras will help monitor activities, prevent incidences, and provide peace of mind to parents and the community. ARPA funding was used to procure services to install cameras on all of our sites. In the St. Thomas St. John District, the contract is executed with SmartNet, and the one for St. Croix is at the Department of Property and Procurement for execution of that said contract. Campus security. The department has identified funding to procure crisis alert badge system and identification badge mechanism for all employees wherein when security or criminal issues arise, employees will be able to depress a microchip embedded button on a badge to alert school security, police officers, and school administration. This system will alert school and police authorities to the location of an incident, save on reaction and response time, and minimize unnecessary attention to severe maladaptive behavioral issues by students and others. Intercom systems. The introduction of modern intercom systems in schools aims to improve communication. These systems will facilitate swift communication in emergencies and streamline daily announcements. The Public Finance Authority funding was used to procure services from Omni Systems for installing intercoms at Joseph Gomez Elementary School and Charlotte Amalia High School. In the St. Croix District, Juanita Gardine Central High School Complex/CTEC are at the third party for execution of the purchase order. All other intercom needs, installations, and upgrades will be done internally with the VIDE team. Internet bandwidth upgrade, recognizing the critical role of the internet in contemporary education, we have significantly increased the bandwidth of our internet services. This upgrade ensures that our students and staff can seamlessly access online resources, participate in digital learning, and engage in collaborative projects without hindrances. I am pleased to report that the coordination between telecommunication providers and the Virgin Islands Department has been exemplary, with no significant issues or challenges. The collaboration has been instrumental in the smooth planning and implementation of these projects. The department has engaged with VIA as our primary internet service provider. This switch occurred in the summer of 2023. Additionally, VIA, our telecommunications provider in the territory, is actively working to implement backup solutions. This development is aimed at ensuring uninterrupted internet service even when the primary link is down. The implementation of such backup systems by VIA will significantly bolster the reliability and continuity of internet services, further supporting the educational needs of our students and staff. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has yet to engage with affordable connectivity program, but significant strides are being made to enhance internet access for students through other means. A key player in the effort is the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network, which facilitates online access to students in specific areas of the territory. This initiative is crucial for providing digital resources necessary for modern education. Together, these efforts with VINGN and VIA highlight a strong commitment to overcoming connectivity challenges and improving the digital infrastructure in the Virgin Islands. This approach underscores the importance of local solutions and robust infrastructure to ensuring consistent and quality internet access for educational purposes, crucial in the digitally connected world. In conclusion, these projects represent a significant leap forward in our commitment to providing a safe, secure, technologically advanced learning environment. We believe that these steps will not only enhance the educational experience of our students, but also prepare them for a future in this digital world. While VIDE still has some challenges that need to be addressed, we are committed, and I must interject at this moment that all of the issues that the Virgin Islands Department of Education has, we have been collaborating with the Bureau of Informational Technology for assistance as well as our VIA family. So we are truly optimistic that all of those challenges that we still have internally will be corrected in short order, because it's very, very important that we have reliable connectivity within our schools. So thank you, Senator Blyden, and the rest of your committee for this opportunity to address this body, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before we go to the next testifier, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Franklin Johnson, who have been there from 10 o'clock. He was here on time. He's a non-committee member. Thank you so much, Senator Johnson, for being here. Next, I will have Director O'Neill. You can please put your testimony on the record.
Good morning, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience of the Virgin Islands. I am Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I am accompanied by Somer Weber, Federal Grants Administrator, and Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst at the Office of Management and Budget. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the status of the territory's participation in the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, or BEAD, grant program. In recent years, the territory has faced significant broadband challenges, with many areas experiencing limited access to high-speed internet for many reasons, from affordability to accessibility. This gap has impacted various aspects of life, including education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. In 2022, the territory submitted its intent to participate in the BEAD program, and in 2023, the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, was designated as the eligible entity for the U.S. Virgin Islands to implement the program. The territory was awarded $27,103,240 from the National Telecommunications and Information Association, or NTIA, with $1,249,952 already received to be used for the initial planning phase. Of these funds, approximately $8,843 have been expended to date to support planning efforts. The BEAD grant program provides a substantial funding opportunity for the territory to realize multiple aspects of Governor Bryan's Vision 2040 plan, which is focused on prosperity for all Virgin Islanders and aligns with nationwide broadband initiatives. The plan's goals and objectives have been incorporated into a comprehensive strategy to invest BEAD funding into the distinct areas that will have the widest potential impact for residents, namely internet access affordability, digital economic transformation, community digital competency, and workforce upskilling. The Virgin Islands Broadband Office, which will be a division of OMB, is currently engaged in an ambitious plan that will significantly enhance connectivity and provide internet for all to the residents of the territory. Participation in the BEAD initiative is driven by the critical need to improve broadband access at an affordable cost, a challenge that has been highlighted by the region's vulnerability to natural disasters and the evolving global digital landscape. The COVID-19 pandemic crystallized what many have known for a very long time. High-speed internet access is not a luxury, but a necessity for all Virgin Islanders, regardless of their age, race, income, place of residence, languages spoken, available resources, or specific challenges they may face. Recognizing broadband's fundamental role in today's society and its centrality to our territory's continued health and success, Governor Bryan has pledged that every Virgin Islander will have access to reliable, affordable, high-speed internet. We recognize the importance of embracing technology and fostering a digitally inclusive society to ensure sustainable development and global competitiveness. With reported costs higher than average for various communications and overall cost of living being 36.3% higher than the mainland U.S., it is imperative for all residents to be able to afford fast and reliable internet as broadband continues to be deployed throughout the islands. This affordability barrier perpetuates the digital equity gap and affects many within the territory. The program's principal focus will be on providing broadband service to unserved or underserved locations, those without any broadband service at all, or with broadband service offering speeds below 25 megabits per second, or Mbps, downstream and 3 Mbps upstream. And the underserved locations are those without broadband service offering speeds of 100 megabits downstream and 20 upstream. Since receiving the initial planning phase funding, OMB has been actively recruiting for a broadband director or chief technology officer to stand up the broadband office. To fully implement the program, staff support will be comprised of a grants administrator, federal fixed assets manager, and legal counsel. The job posting for the broadband director has been republished, and we are still accepting applications. In the interim, OMB is pleased to announce the successful submission of both initial proposals ahead of the NTIA deadlines and have received favorable commendations on the content of the proposals, especially given the short turnaround time and absence of a fully staffed broadband office. The staff currently assigned to assist with the BEAD grant has completed all curing responses for Volume 1, as indicated by NTIA, and are eagerly anticipating the approval of the proposal in the near future. Nurturing and expanding relationships with local nonprofit organizations and advocacy groups will be fundamental in addressing the needs of communities that have been disproportionately impacted by digital inequity in the territory. To date, OMB, in partnership with the Digital Equity Program managed by VINGN, has held over 15 community outreach initiatives where attendees offered their opinions and shared their experiences. The joint team has also launched surveys of residents and community leaders throughout the Virgin Islands and will continue to have follow-up meetings, additional listening sessions, and coordination with community anchor institutions. Additionally, during the development of the BEAD final proposal and 5-year plan, internet service providers and broadband advocates were able to voice their opinions during 3 working groups. Stakeholder engagement is vital for ensuring that our goals align with the needs and expectations of the community. Solicitation of sub-grantees will begin once the Broadband Office receives final approval of Volumes 1 and 2 from the NTIA. The Broadband Office, once staffed, will continue to build upon the community engagement and outreach conducted by the digital equity team to gather feedback from residents, leaders, and other stakeholders on additional uses for BEAD funding. In these initial proposals, OMB proposed a rate subsidy program called Connect VI, like the FCC's Affordability Connectivity Program, or the ACP. However, unlike the ACP, which provides low-income residents a direct discount on their internet bill, OMB's program will be available to all Virgin Islanders who meet eligibility conditions. We believe that this pricing strategy will help stimulate competitive market dynamics that are difficult to foster in small markets where the playing field is tilted towards the greater resourced ISPs. As the agency charged with preparing and managing the budget for the territory, OMB is well positioned to stay informed of and coordinate with other planning efforts related to telecommunications and digital equity. As a consequence, the proposed Connect VI program will offer a 25% monthly subsidy to all qualified ISP sub-grantees in the territory for each internet subscriber to whom fixed fiber service is provided. Service particulars include guaranteed performance speeds, end-user subscription price thresholds, restrictions on data caps, initial fee waivers, and a plethora of other regulatory benefits. Additionally, the Connect VI initiative will offer the ISP a one-time $100 voucher for the purchase and installation of a capable router to a technical specification for each new customer participating in the program. To level the playing field among ISPs, the government's open access internet wholesaler, VINGN, will also propose increasing bulk bandwidth speed for all ISP customers participating in the program without raising the price. This will allow smaller ISPs that do not have a network to participate in the program, placing them on an equal footing with the larger companies that have their own fiber infrastructure, while adding a competitive dynamic to the local internet market. OMB is confident this internet affordability initiative will deliver the desired results and will ensure that future grant opportunities will be sought to bolster and extend this program's longevity. This strategic approach will solidify the foundation for a digitally advanced and connected U.S. Virgin Islands for generations to come. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my prepared statement. My team, Mr. Weber and Mrs. Rodriguez-Cox, will stand ready to answer any questions that the committee may have, as I do have to leave eventually.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. Before I go to the next testifier, I want to recognize the presence of non-committee members. We have Senator Milton Potter. Thank you for being here, Senator. And Senator Diane Capehart, non-committee member on the island of St. Croix. Thank you, Senators, for being here. Next, we will have Mr. Hodge, T-Mobile. Can you please bring up Mr. Hodge to present his testimony?
Good morning. This is Ileana Cañellas, Managing Corporate Counsel for T-Mobile. I will be providing the testimony on behalf of T-Mobile, if you don't mind, Senator Blyden.
Please repeat your name for the record slowly.
Ileana Cañellas, that's I-L-E-A-N-N. And my last name is Canellas, C-A-N-E-L-L-A-S. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the 35th Legislature Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Senators, legislative staff, and all present today. T-Mobile appreciates the opportunity to again appear before this committee to discuss the current status and the future of telecommunications in the territory, as well as other topics. T-Mobile provides the following written testimony to this honorable committee outlining T-Mobile services and operations in the territory. Almost 2 years ago, T-Mobile launched its brand in the territory after its merger with Sprint. We currently operate 2 stores, one located in St. Thomas and the second one in St. Croix, bringing top quality wireless service, competitive rate plans, and best-in-class customer service to Virgin Islanders. T-Mobile offers wireless service for both consumer and businesses through our retail and other channels across the nation, including the USPI. T-Mobile currently has no fixed broadband service, and backhaul for backhaul for T-Mobile is provided by third-party vendors. T-Mobile continuously searches for initiatives and opportunities that advance the public interest while investing corporate capital to building and renewing a wireless infrastructure that accommodates the growing consumer demand across the U.S. Virgin Islands. The goal is to improve speeds, coverage, and quality. Our investment includes new updates to wireless towers, antennas, and small cells to transmit 5G wireless signals that form the backbone of next-generation networks. Our efforts to date have paid off, and as per an independent third-party report published by a well-known company, Ookla, T-Mobile is the fastest 5G network in the USPI. Faster, more responsive, and able to connect more devices, 5G will help unlock innovation and investment. 5G can bring wide range of economic and social benefit to the USVI, as the senators have expressed before during this hearing, including creating jobs in technology and access to healthcare and education, issues and opportunities that are often underserved in smaller communities. As the wireless industry evolves to 5G, older technologies network have been retired. T-Mobile retired its UMTS network to free up resources and spectrum that will help us strengthen our entire network and move all customers to more advanced technologies like 4G and 5G networks, providing a more feature-rich experience for customers. As a result of T-Mobile's aggressive campaign to modernize the wireless service and the USVI, the vast majority of T-Mobile's customers now have 5G compatible phones in the USVI. To further maintain connectivity, T-Mobile utilizes 600 megahertz low-band spectrum technology on its cell sites for better indoor coverage and longer range outdoor coverage. In terms of coverage, T-Mobile has expanded coverage in areas that have been identified as having connectivity issues. During the last months of year 2023, T-Mobile invested in 3 new cellular sites, San John West, Blue Mountain, Troy, and to do Windberg Peak in San Thomas. As reported in the previous hearing, a new site was approved for San John and is expected to be in service by March of this year. T-Mobile also expects to deploy 2 more sites in San Thomas later this year. T-Mobile continues to identify suitable sites to further improve coverage and capacity. As part of our continuity and contingency plan, T-Mobile has installed battery backup banks in 100% of our cell sites, and over 90% have generators as redundancy in case of power outages. T-Mobile is committed to safeguarding the interests of our customers, employees, and stakeholders in the event of an emergency or significant business disruption. As a result, T-Mobile maintains an enterprise-wide business continuity program designed to provide effective responses to a wide variety of disruptive events. Our response team is ready to provide cross-functional, operational, and logistical support in the event of an emergency, from prompt situational assessment of business impacts, support requests, employee assistance, security measures, material supply, and complementary emergency resources. T-Mobile maintains organized and integrated disaster plans and procedures. T-Mobile has made significant investment in our network redundancy, reliability, and resiliency. For times when impacts are unavoidable, we have a fleet of rapid response equipment like generators, cells on wheels, and satellite technology situated strategically across the country to facilitate expeditious recovery. These multi-layered investments are designed to deliver best-in-class service continuity. At T-Mobile, we are customer obsessed. That's what inspires us and drives us to look for new ways to keep our customers seamlessly connected to what they love. In 2014, we became the carrier, almost 10 years ago, a business model based on listening to the customers and addressing the industry's pain points. Our customer service, which we call CARE, has been consistently recognized for its superior service by entities such as J.D. Power. Our CARE model is a total experience approach, customer-centric, where retail stores, engineering, and CARE report to the same organization. We can identify customer pain points and provide solutions faster that way. CARE has tech agents that can evaluate technical impacting issues and escalate with engineering resources as needed. T-Mobile seeks to listen to its customers and monitors any potential issues in its social media network, customer service calls, and customer service surveys to immediately address any concerns and proactively provide guidance to customers on how to request assistance from our teams of experts where needed. For this reason, T-Mobile will invest approximately $500,000 to update and upgrade our St. Croix retail location and undergo renovations similar to those made last year to our San Thomas retail location. Remodeling is scheduled to begin the first week of March and is expected to be completed by May 2024. In order to maintain the continuity of our services during the construction period of this unit, a trailer pop-up store with the capacity to provide all of our on-site services will be imported so as to not to interrupt the quality of service that T-Mobile strives to provide to its customers. Both retail locations are set up as emergency hubs and are equipped with all necessary items to support store personnel and to assist customers after a catastrophic event, should that happen. T-Mobile is not only investing on its infrastructure, but it is also investing in customer service. T-Mobile now has a certified technician based in St. Thomas to ensure that a qualified person is available and can address any issues with our network in a timely manner. Further, to support our technician and customers, T-Mobile has a warehouse established in St. Thomas with an inventory of parts to repair our systems quickly and properly to avoid service interruption for our subscribers. We have recently expanded our call center hours from 6 a.m. to midnight for the benefit of our subscribers. We have also engaged bilingual customer service representatives to better assist our customers. Regarding customer service, an independent third party conducts and monitors most of our customer service surveys, helping us maintain the objectivity and neutrality of the process and turn the data received into actionable plans to improve our customer experience. According to surveys received in the last quarter of 2023, 9.3 out of 10 are very satisfied with the service received. 87% responded that the situation for which they went to request service was resolved during the first interaction, and 7 out of 10 recommend T-Mobile as their wireless provider to others. T-Mobile maintains USB-specific handles in various social media platforms, such as Facebook and Instagram, which are specifically catered to residents of the territory. T-Mobile's marketing team is strategically expanding its efforts and investment to boost traffic and followers on these social media channels, aiming to enhance online presence and engagement. We have also engaged the services of local talent for our marketing campaigns. In addition, eligible USVI subscribers were recently included in our base communications via MMS and SMS, so they will have first notice of offered services and products that we offer. T-Mobile continues to establish its presence and brand in the Virgin Islands, and would like to acknowledge the assistance received from governmental agencies and local functionaries when needed. Since our launch in the territory back in 2022, T-Mobile and its engineering team have been working in strengthening the network and availability of 5G and other technologies for our clients in the territory. In doing so, the main barrier or obstacle has been obtaining permitting and the long process to defend those permits when duly obtained, but challenged by neighbors or other entities. The challenge process may last years, we have learned, creating uncertainty about investment, delaying the development of our network and making it difficult to find places to develop new telecommunication sites. Also, and related to technology, our team's experience is that it can be very difficult and bureaucratic sometimes to set up new accounts for power service and to have new power meters installed in our sites. T-Mobile's regulatory and government affairs teams are constantly looking into federal funding and programs opportunity to continue bringing affordable and best-in-class internet access to the territory, and particularly to its students. Although T-Mobile is not a participant of the ACP program, we are closely monitoring any developments from the FCC, as this program is scheduled to wind down by April 2024, unless additional funding is allocated by Congress. This concludes T-Mobile testimony, so we remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to have PSC, Director Central. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning, honorable members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Chair Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chair Javan E. James, Sr., and Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. The Public Services Commission wants to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Present with me today and are seated behind me, we have Mr. Sean Hendricks, our Assistant Executive Director, Mr. Boyd Sprain, our General Counsel, Ms. Simra Hendrickson, our Communications Coordinator, and Ms. Sasha Davis, our Utilities Staff Assistant. Today, we will address 4 major areas: customer service issues and cellular service, Broadband VI's infrastructure project, VIA's infrastructure and future regulation, and number portability. Cellular service. The Public Services Commission is now authorized to accept customer service complaints regarding cellular service, although limited in our capacity to mandate a resolution to those complaints. The Commission has been including this topic on its meeting agenda to get this information out to our public. In addition, because the process is relatively new at the Commission, we have been monitoring news and social media to follow the discussions and public complaints. The most obvious and frequently discussed issue concerning quality of service is the Liberty Cellular Service, formerly AT&T. Because of the level of complaints, the Commission staff met with Liberty last week, Thursday. We prepared an agenda of issues and concerns. A copy of that agenda is attached to the testimony that we submitted. Liberty brought significant resources to a nearly 2-hour meeting. We could take up as much of this hearing simply reporting on that meeting. The shortest possible report is this: status of present infrastructure projects and plans for future development with the focus on planning and utilization of federal broadband funding. Liberty addressed its current quality of service issues and the implementation of the migration process, in addition to system upgrades. Since Liberty acquired AT&T's infrastructure, a migration and upgrade process is required to update their operating systems. Wireless complaints from customers regarding incoming and outgoing calls and text messages, delayed text messages, issues with group texting, dropped calls, poor coverage in certain areas, number portability issues, customer billing issues, and the quality of service issues. Broadband VI's infrastructure project. Broadband VI, which is now a subsidiary of Liberty Latin America, in 2020 won the reverse auction for FCC support through the Connect USVI Stage 2 funding. That funding provides $84.5 million over 10 years. However, Broadband VI must build out a new, higher-speed broadband network that reaches every home or business in the territory within 5 years, which is now 2027, with substantially higher speeds. It is important to note that the cost of the new network is not $84.5 million. That is only the federal subsidy being contributed to the project. Broadband VI and Liberty are responsible for securing and providing the additional capital funding to complete this project. The Commission is responsible for testing the network and certifying compliance with the funding requirements. We have engaged consultants with the capacity to conduct the technical testing and will begin that process very shortly. The Commission must recertify BBVI's progress in completing this program, which will bring high-speed internet access and phone service to the entire Virgin Islands. We have to do that certification each September. More concerning, Broadband VI must obtain permits from DPNR and Public Works in order to bury lines and build the network. BBVI has expressed concern that the issuance of permit is taking an extended period and Broadband VI may not be able to perform the funding schedule as set out. The Commission has met with Department of Public Works and Liberty to assist in proceeding with the process. As both are here today, we can allow them to speak on this subject directly. As most of this system will be undergrounded, to a lesser extent, Broadband VI may need to access WAPA's poles. To the extent that BBVI has difficulty obtaining such an agreement, that is within the Commission's jurisdiction as to the joint use of facilities. We must note that because there has been no dig once requirement There are now underground lines from VINGN, via AT&T's FirstNet, now Liberty, and WAPA. In addition, WAPA has plans to substantially underground much of its transmission and distribution network. The phone service available through broadband VI infrastructure would be Voice over Internet Protocol or VoIP, and an unknown number of companies may provide the actual phone service. It will present the first significant landline competition to VIA and will have an obligation to make that service available to all. VIA's infrastructure and future regulation. On a related note, the Commission last year took steps to minimize the regulatory burden on VIA's landline telephone service. As a result of federal laws and FCC actions, telephone as regulated in Title 30, Section 1 of the Virgin Islands Code is fairly narrowly limited to the existing phone landline service as of 1994. The incumbent local exchange carrier, or ILEC, which was and is Vitelco, now known as VIA. And within that telephone service, it is the local service, not interstate or long distance, that is regulated. As a result of its prior monopoly and its franchise, and the rural exemption in the National Telecommunications Act, which protected Vitelco from some forms of competition, Vitelco remained the primary landline service provider. However, that has changed. In 2003, Vitelco had nearly 100,000 subscriber lines. Today, it has less than 20,000. Cellular services have become the preferred communication means. In 2003, broadband was primarily carried on telephone lines. Now, fiber optic, cable, cellular, and microwave systems are designed to carry data with voice communications, almost an afterthought. In 2022 and 2023, the Commission performed its statutory obligation and conducted a rate investigation. VIA stated that while it could justify a rate increase because of the amounts invested and devoted to the telephone service, competition would prevent it from being able to raise prices to a higher level. Instead, VIA requested that its regulatory burdens be reduced and that no price increase be authorized. Instead, VIA requested that the current rates be made a rate cap, a maximum, and that VIA be given the authority to reduce rates to compete more successfully in the market. The Commission agreed to the rate cap and to some of the requested regulatory relief. However, the Commission identified numerous requirements in the Virgin Islands Code and its regulations that we cannot waive. The Commission intends to present recommendations to the legislature for changes to those statutes. Additionally, as the franchisee and the incumbent local exchange carrier, VIA has an obligation to serve all of the Virgin Islands. As a result of the loss of its federal subsidy and the new network being built by Broadband VI, VIA has asked to be relieved of the universal service obligation. The Commission has refused that request and has stated it will reconsider the request when the Broadband VI network is completed. Number portability. The national decision to deregulate telecommunication services, including telephone, was premised on the idea that if competition was available, then neither customer service nor pricing needed to be regulated. However, it soon became clear that in order for customers to change services, the telephone numbers must belong to the customer and be portable. When number portability was adopted, widespread use of cell phones was just taking off. Smartphones such as the iPhone were new to the market. The FCC permitted number portability within an area code and with providers within regions, but it limited just how much your telephone number is yours. It is the view of Commission staff that the limitations on number portability are no longer justified and are in fact an unreasonable burden on customers and a barrier to effective competition. Today, telephone numbers, and particularly cell numbers, are key to an enormous number of activities, logging in to access email, banking, bill paying, insurance, and government services. So in many ways, a personal cell phone number is more important than even your social security number. Changing a cell phone number is now a significant burden and greatly time-consuming. Regional limitations on number portability are a major barrier. 3 examples. A Virgin Islander goes to college in the mainland and acquires a local cell phone. Several years later, on return to the Virgin Islands, that number is already key and is retained. But the Virgin Islander cannot port the off-island number to a new carrier because of regional limitations. A mainlander moves to the Virgin Islands right out of school and over the years builds a business. The phone number they brought with continued use and is key to accessing many of the business tools, as well as being a customer contact point, but that number cannot be ported locally. A Virgin Islander moves to the mainland and wishes to change service providers, but cannot retain the 340 number if porting on the mainland. These are no longer reasonable limitations, and they effectively eliminate competition and create captive customers. The Commission staff is bringing this matter forward to the Commission to seek its support and the support of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners and the Mid-Atlantic Conference of Regulatory Utility Commissioners in seeking FCC reform of the number portability limitations. I'd like to share with you just a text that I received this morning. And this text was to a AT&T customer, and it says, "Hi, it's AT&T. We have important news for you. AT&T will no longer support area codes 787-939 or 340 after April 6th. Because of the change, you must either change to a mainland U.S. phone number, quote, or in parentheses, which may require a plan change, close parenthesis, or switch to a different wireless carrier to keep your number. There's no fee to change your impacted number or numbers. Call 616, and then they give 800 number to take action by April 6th, or you will lose your number." Now, this was texted to me, and customers are somewhat confused by the message. And that's just an example of some of the issues that our customers are experiencing with number portability. So our concluding remarks. Given the large number of testifiers, we will limit our remarks today. We provided testimony yesterday to the Committee on Government Operations here at the legislature, and we'll be more than happy to make that testimony available to this committee as well. Mr. Chair and Senators, we thank you for your time and attention and are ready to respond to your question.
Thank you so much, Director Sitori. And yeah, we do have a large number of testifiers because it is critical what's going on in the space and we need to really address it. But thank you again. Next, we're going to have Liberty. Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Blyden.
And I'm sorry, before I move forward, please take your time when speaking because the reporter is remote, so take your time and speak up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the 35th Legislative Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ravindra Mewalal, Liberty VI Country Manager. I grew up in the British Virgin Islands and have spent the last 35 years living there, during which I've amalgamated over 20 years of experience in the telecommunication industry. I was most recently the country manager of flow operations in BVI and Anguilla, and was instrumental in the rebuilding of the fixed and mobile networks after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, among other duties. I'm looking forward to putting my experience to work improving our services in the USVI. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to provide an update of ongoing work, present infrastructure projects, and plans for future developments. I take this opportunity to introduce John Winter, Chief Legal Officer, and Amir Hussein, Chief Technology and Product Officer for our parent company, Liberty Latin America. Ricardo Portela, Vice President of Technical Operations, Jose Arias, Director of Constructions, Victor Vera, Director of RAN Engineering, Carla Framil, VP of Legal, Wanda Perez, Government Affairs, Internal Counsel, and Catherine Kling, Director of Commercial Sales, all of whom can take your questions later. I want to start by describing the upgrades and improvement we have made to our mobile network and our projects for this year. We are excited to inform that in 2023, Liberty completed 4 new FirstNet site launches. These are in Claremont, Sally Francie, Green Cay, and West End. These installations will not only allow for installation of Band 14, making the areas more secure in an event, but they will also allow us to provide service or improve coverage to regular customers in the area. In terms of mobile coverage, we increased the number of sites this year from 32 to 36, all of which have LTE technology, while 19 have 5G technology. These sites cover 99.1% of the population, according to the last census. Out of these sites, 58%, up from 52% last year, have fiber backhaul, which means that more than half of the sites have resilient backhaul with high bandwidth. With all these installations, coverage has significantly improved with respect to 5G. By the end of 23, we had 94.5% coverage. We also improved LTE coverage by 1.1% in 23. We also have 58 deployment projects scheduled for 2024, which include the following: 11 5G overlay projects. This will help to extend this technology to all residents in the USVI. 2 site relocations in St. Thomas. This will allow us to move our infrastructure to areas where they will provide better service or more coverage. During 2023, we had been working with the permitting phase of these projects. They are now forecasted to be on air in 2024. We're also going to be adding 30 LTE 5G expansion projects. These are to install 5G technology in already existing sites, improving the service speeds for customers using those sites. We also have plans to do 10 CRAN or small sites. Infrastructure in 10 locations where traffic is dense or have little coverage. All these nodes will be connected to a new hub. This technology is important because it can help with network densification by shifting traffic from macro sites and adding capacity to the wireless network. Now, this technology can be very effective in the USVI and can help us reach our coverage targets. But the USVI does not have a small cell law or regulation. Without legislation or specific regulation, there is no clear path to proceed, and implementation of these small facilities will be challenging. More than 30 states across the nation have already implemented small cell legislation that streamlines regulations to facilitate 5G deployment. In past, we have sent draft small site bills to this committee for evaluation. We hope this 35th Senate can move forward with this legislation to create a clear permitting process to improve telecommunication services in the territory. We also have new sites, 5 new site builds using monopoles. This will help us to address coverage and capacity issues. With these new cell site builds, 2 of these sites will be in St. Thomas, 2 in St. Croix, and 1 in St. John. Most of these sites are part of the commitment between the USVI government and the FirstNet Authority, including the 4 new sites which were brought online in St. Croix last year. As you all know, FirstNet is an independent authority within the U.S. Department of Commerce designed to build and operate a nationwide broadband network on Band 14 that allows first responders to have a reliable communication system in place before, during, and after a natural disaster. For this, it is deploying the first nationwide high-speed wireless broadband network for public safety. The network will give priority to first responders to send voice or text messages, images, video, and location information in real time in cases of emergency. After a competitive process in the FirstNet Authority entered into a public-private partnership with AT&T to build the network and deliver the required services to maintain the network. Liberty is committed to providing great service and coverage to all Virgin Islanders. As part of this commitment, Liberty has already installed Band 14 capabilities to 26 LTE sites, up from 18 last year, providing more coverage that included in the original commitment with AT&T. Because of this investment right now, the USVI has 98.9% Band 14 coverage and is forecasted to have 99% coverage by the end of 2024. As we mentioned the last time we were here in October, Liberty has already started construction of the Connect USVI program, which requires us to build fixed broadband service to all locations in the USVI with speeds of 1 gigabit per second. This program is funded partially by the Federal Communication Commission with an important private investment from Liberty. Liberty will have 6 years to complete the network expansions, upgrades, disaster preparations, and resiliency projects to which it committed. Approximately 85% of the Liberty network will be built underground, providing better resiliency against natural disasters. The USVI will probably be the only country in the world with 100% fiber to the home with such a large percentage of its fixed network secured underground. We are required by the FCC to build 40% or 18,400 homes passed by 2024, 60% or 27,600 homes passed by 2025, 80% or 36,800 homes passed by 2026, with project completion by 2027. Unfortunately, permitting delays have not allowed us to build at the speed required to ensure we complete our milestones on time. To this day, we have submitted to DPW 75 permit packages, which are the equivalent of 19,332 homes passes. DPW has approved 18 permit packages that amounts to approximately 4,000 home passes and still has 57 packages pending approval. These remaining packages would amount to about 15,332 homes passes. We continue conversation with DPW to try to get our permit packages approved in a more expedient way. Some permits have been submitted for several months, and we haven't received an answer. We have agreed to provide a 5-year warranty and a third-party inspector for all the work. We have reached an agreement on these in hope that the process moves along expediently going forward. Liberty has the necessary materials and equipment to build out in the territory, as well as an engaged contractor. Now, we need 100 miles of continuous work every year to build out in a more effective and efficient manner to meet our milestones. For this, we need the permit that account for the homes passed targets. This would allow us to move forward faster to reach our milestones in time. These projects are designed will provide underground fiber optic cables that will protect our infrastructure from natural disasters and make it more resilient. We want to highlight that this construction will also drastically improve broadband speeds and reliability in the territory. They will also increase bandwidth capacity to existing and new cell sites for FirstNet that provides coverage to first responders and provide broadband services to all homes and businesses within the designated areas. Liberty currently has 9 projects in the construction phase. These projects are Sally Fancy, Dono, WTJX Mountaintop, Williams Delight split across 3 projects, Smiths Bay, Green Key, and East End on St. Croix. The locations for 2023 were identified along with DPW and to a large extent recommended by DPW based on other utilities and paving work that are taking place and the sequencing of those coordinated efforts. Another key criteria is that Liberty wanted to start in locations that are more accessible for us to focus our resources and also to prove the concept to DPW and to the market. This year, we need to reach to 18,400 homes passed milestone, or 40% of the deployment. To reach this goal, we need DPW to approve the necessary permits in a reasonable and faster time frame. Liberty's existing build-out plans include making its services available to homes and businesses in every location it completes within the matter of weeks after completion. We are also happy to say that we have had several meetings with WAPA leadership and expect to receive a draft poll agreement this week. We hope this agreement will be finalized in an expedient manner, allowing us to meet our construction milestones. Finally, we have been migrating our customers from AT&T system to our new Liberty systems. This process has been ongoing for several months, and we expect to have it completed in the next few months. We have migrated approximately 47,000 customers. The migration process has had its challenges, but we calculate that more than 95% of the customers experience no issues or very little issues during their migration. In order to keep our customers informed and facilitate the process, we have been communicating with our customers via email and SMS since last year in preparation for the migration. These communications include phone numbers to answer any questions or concerns the customer may have. We have also provided information in the radio and local newspaper. Some customers will need to reconfigure or change their device to ensure a successful update. We are providing replacement device free of charge, so there is no investment required on the part of the customer. The migration to our new system is made gradually, and each customer is notified again a few days before when the migration is scheduled to happen. We keep working tirelessly to finish the migration process and providing the best service for our customers. Once completed, we will be capable of offering customer products that will be more USVI-centric. Liberty has committed significant resources to expansion of its physical footprints in the U.S. Virgin Islands, with retail storefronts open from Monday to Saturday to help ease customer waiting times, and has diligently focused on smoothing out the perceived wrinkles in the transition from billing and customer service assistance for existing customers with AT&T systems. As we have mentioned in previous appearances, we are here as a partner to this legislator and to the government of the Virgin Islands as a whole. We will be agents of change to provide improved telecommunication services to the Virgin Islanders. Improving the permitting process will allow us to cover the areas that remain uncommunicated or with poor service with reliability and resilience that may not exist anywhere else in the world. This situation has become an urgent matter for Liberty, and we are considering elevating the matter to other forums, seeking a resolution. Delays in DPW permitting are putting in jeopardy federal money that was allocated to the make high-speed broadband service to all Virgin Islanders, and we request urgent action on this matter. We want to work with this commission and its members as a community partner, revolutionizing the telecommunications space and partnering with the government of the USVI and the community as a whole to make these Virgin Islands better for future generations to come by ensuring that the USVI have a best-in-class telecommunication infrastructure that will attract more businesses to the territory and provide best-in-class service to the citizens of these islands. I would also like to thank my team in the USVI for their continuous hard work, dedication, and passion in serving our customers during this difficult transition period. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Please let me know if I can provide you any additional information or clarification. We would welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Next, we're going to have DPNR, Commissioner Oriel. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good day, Chairman Blyden, other members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I'm here to provide testimony today, updating you on applications filed to the department and the status of those applications. A spreadsheet itemized by carrier is included with this testimony, providing a detailed breakdown of the applications and the status of those applications. Since 2022, DPNR has received 15 applications by 4 different carriers for tower sites. Of those 15 applications, 10 have been approved and issued. In fact, following our guidance, 6 of those approvals are for temporary towers, which would allow the department to issue approval more expeditiously, while the applications for permanent towers were worked on by the applicant. The remaining 5 applications have been deemed incomplete by the department, of which only 1 has had a resubmission. It is the applicant's responsibility to respond to deficiencies and keep the process going, not the department's. This concludes my update on DPNR's involvement as it relates to telecommunications. I'm here to respond to any questions you may have to the best of my ability.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Next, we're going to have Vaya. Ms. Pitt, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Geraldine Pitt. Honorable Chairman Blyden, members of the Committee for Housing, Transportation, Telecommunications, esteemed members of the 35th Legislature, staff, and attentive audience here and at home. I'm honored to appear before you today on behalf of the Virgin Islands Telephone Corporation, locally known as VIA. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify on the current and future state of telecommunications in the territory, as well as VIA's primary goal of keeping the community connected. In 2024, we are on the threshold of an exhilarating journey, one that will see VIA undergo a remarkable transformation, propelling us to new heights as the premier telecommunications provider in the Virgin Islands. Although change can be perceived as a challenge, we must evolve to fulfill our potential. When I last appeared before the committee just a few months ago, I detailed VIA's effort to reinforce a winning customer-first mindset in order to solidify our new operating model and our promise to our customers. Every decision that we make is driven by a focus of putting the customer first and delivering quality customer care at the first point of resolution. An essential part of this effort involves addressing VIA's existing approach to customer care, which has been identified as a key area in need of improvement through feedback from our customers. The results of the survey that I outlined before in October shows that while we have improved in terms of our brand, our community engagement, and overall customer experience, all of which we are very proud of, the key area for improvement identified was customer support. As a result, we have dedicated considerable time and resources to analyzing the customer journey, identifying pain points, and determining how to simplify and streamline the customer's interactions with VIA. VIA recognized that the current segmented approach model is no longer conducive to making and evolving the needs of the customer, especially in a competitive online environment. We must change to fully embrace the current direction of technology and the ever-changing needs of our customers. The pandemic has accelerated technology adaptation and affected the supply chain worldwide, making it difficult and costly for technology companies of our scale to meet our customer demands. We believe organizational changes are necessary and for us to remain competitive and deliver the highest quality customer service. VIA will always put the VI first, and we will continue to be the preferred employer and a place of growth for anyone interested in embracing the change in technology, certification, and the requirements for today's telecommunications environment. We must move forward for the benefits of the people of the Virgin Islands. We will focus on proactive communication, as most of you would have seen that kind of improvement in 2023. We'll continue to introduce additional messaging to deliver account information, bill payment, outages, and scheduling detail. This will ensure that our customers are always informed and empowered to manage their accounts and their convenience with ease. This also includes implementing new interactive voice IVR system that focuses on delivering proactive messages, providing options to customers, and empowering customers with essential account information. Revamping our website and our recently relaunched MyVia app will improve the customer journey, making it easier for our customers to find their balance, access essential information. This user-friendly interface will empower our customers to take control of their accounts. These proactive changes are designed to reduce call volume, leading to the reshaping of the organization and significantly improving our customer experience. By empowering our customers with the tools and information they need, we aim to create a more seamless and efficient support system that meets and exceeds customers' expectations. Over the past few months, VI has made significant improvements in our various infrastructure initiatives aimed at delivering reliable products and services to the people of the Virgin Islands. Our VI Fiber program, which has seen the deployment of fiber deeper into our network, enabling the provision of 1 gigabit network speed for most parts of the territory. Furthermore, any business requesting fiber connectivity can access it, with a majority benefiting from an unprecedented upload speeds of 400 megabits today. Our Fiber to the Premise project, VIA has continued the deployment of fiber to the premise in key business districts and neighborhoods, with further details on these plans to be communicated in the near future. Our mobile service is on track to complete the deployment of 5G this year to 21 sites, covering most of the Virgin Islands. And that we're able to do because we are boasting 40% more cell site coverage in the Virgin Islands than our closest competitor, ensuring superior speeds and coverage. Our 5G deployment is part of an ongoing commitment to deliver the highest quality mobile service to our customers, including seamless connectivity beyond the Virgin Islands to meet most Caribbean islands, mainland US, Canada, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and beyond. The issue of number portability that has been mentioned earlier, VIA has launched an aggressive campaign about keeping your number and taking your service to VIA, actively promoting the ability for residents to keep their Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and stateside numbers when switching to VIA, as part of our effort to affirm the VI identity and address confusion in the market about porting from your current provider. The transition to a high-speed cable television via TV Plus is nearing completion, providing customers with an enhanced and digital viewing experience. With new technology, as I've stated before, comes challenges, and challenges for VIA as the provider itself, and also, even more importantly, challenges for our customers, all of which we are addressing simultaneously. Notwithstanding these challenges, providers like VIA must keep pace with the rest of the world and constantly strive to find the right balance between the choice of technology, new programming choices, price, and customer centricity so that we can deliver high value to our customers. VIA is connected to the community more than ever, with VIA's engagement with the people of the Virgin Islands extend beyond our storefronts. VIA consistently provide impactful support to our communities by collaborating with key stakeholders on important initiatives that benefits the Virgin Islands. VIA partners with community leaders, government agencies to determine ways that connectivity and collaboration can spur development and support important matters and initiatives like disaster preparedness, cybersecurity, workforce development, economic development, food sovereignty, and the Virgin Islands culture in general. But we have challenges. In addition to the technology advancement that we are making in infrastructure upgrades to ensure uninterrupted services to our customers, this includes investing in backup power for all our nodes and most of our cell sites. Our goal is to divorce our network operation from the frequent commercial power outages, and at the very least, our customers with backup power can remain connected. Frequent power outages and surges have a detrimental effect on our customer premise equipment like modems and cable converters that we are now required to replace at a rate that outpaced similar telecommunications operations, negatively impacting our bottom line and harming the company's reputation in the process. Frequent power fluctuations shorten the lifespan of electrical equipment, leading to increased wear and tear and potential premature failure. Commercial power obviously interrupts the power supply to the equipment, causing service disruption until power is restored. We know that many Virgin Island residents do not have backup power. Thus, it has been critical for us to continue to invest in backup power to ensure that residents continue to have service. We have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in this initiative, which remains critical to our network maintenance plan. This has been a material financial drain on VIA, like most businesses in the territory. VIA continues to be the only provider who actively work to bridge the digital divide in our communities. One of the main initiatives of bridging the digital divide is the federal subsidized affordable connectivity program, which provides residents who qualify with $30 per month subsidy for broadband services. That's why VIA has invested a significant amount of resource in our daily community outreach efforts to promote the ACP at cultural events, expos, and strategic locations with our community partners. ACP is a critical part of the conversation in the community because the cost of connectivity should not be a barrier to access. Our outreach efforts are extensive and collaborative. Earlier this month, as you would have heard earlier from a number of testifiers, the FCC announced that the funding for the ACP will cease to exist at the end of April 2024 due to lack of funding. Prospects for additional appropriations are not good since it would require bipartisan congressional support. This is going to be very disruptive to the Virgin Islands as more than 5,000 households are enrolled in the ACP program. Tomorrow, we are required by the FCC to send notice to all of our 3,000 plus ACP customers that the program is running out of funds and will cease in April. This is going to cause tremendous concerns for ACP participants as they are faced with losing the $30 monthly subsidy they rely on to maintain their connection. VIA has been speaking about the possibility of this occurring, and we have previously circulated a white paper to Chairman Blyden, the members of the committee, describing how this money from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, the Broadband Equity and Access Fund, BEAD funding, could be used to provide all Virgin Islands with minimum 100 megabytes broadband speed using a methodology similar to the ACP or other. I was happy to hear today from OMB Director, oh, she left her. Oh, so O'Neill. I did it during the end, that we're making progress in terms of the proposal. And then in the testimony itself, I would have noted, and I want to make it a point of correction for the record, I would have noted because this process is administered by the OMB, it is not public. There has not been any transparency around the submitted proposal. I wish to rescind that statement, and I'm correcting it for the record now and will provide an updated copy. Instead, I'm saying the preliminary proposal for the use of funds was published. VIA submitted comments and had subsequent discussions with OMB. However, we firmly believe that ISPs should have been consulted much earlier in the process, as $27 million in funding and this impact it can have on the community deserved more time for deliberation and specific outcomes. And I must say I've heard most specific outcomes today, but we have not had visibility of the final submission, but I'm pleased with what I've heard so far today from Director O'Neill. It is critically important that the BEAD money be used for that purpose. Not doing so could stop new ACP customers will have to stop applying by February 7th, 2024, and all existing ACP customers will see their subsidy expire at the end of April. With the 5,000 customers who are now getting the $30 subsidy at about $150,000 per month or $1.8 million a year, with all the broadband and infrastructure funding that the territory has received, whether it's the American Rescue Plan or during COVID or the Infrastructure Investment Act, I urge the 35th legislation to find funds needed to now expand the ACP program as indicated under the Broadband Equity and Access Fund outlined by Commissioner O'Neill. Director O'Neill, sorry. VIA is ready with the members of this body to develop a plan to address the digital divide, but time is of the essence. We must now act, or customers are going to experience a crippling loss of broadband service within the next 3 months, even as the plan in place is still in its preliminary stages and requires continued consultation. The gap and the time does not allow us to do a smooth transition. We almost need something almost in the interim while we continue working on the BEAD funding plan. In conclusion, I am honored to represent VIA and our dedicated employees before this esteemed committee. Their hard work, dedication, and commitment to the community has been pivotal to our success, and I'm confident that VIA will continue to be the leading local provider in the Virgin Islands. With a focus on technological advancement, exceptional customer experience, and a customer-centric approach, I'm optimistic that VIA's future and its role in leading the Virgin Islands telecommunications sector is well placed. I thank you, Honorable Chairman Blyden, other senators, members of the committee, the listening and viewing audience. On behalf of my team, once again, I thank you, and I'm here ready to answer questions that may arise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have VINGN President and CEO, Mr. Adams. Please proceed with your testimony.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, Telecommunications. Honorable Senators and the listening and viewing audience, I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN. I am honored to present to you today. I would like to begin my testimony today on a positive note. There is a significant amount of federal dollars in and coming to the territory for broadband projects. For VINGN, we are using obligated FEMA funds towards our recovery efforts from Hurricane Irma and Maria. We are aggressively undertaking projects to restore, mitigate, and build resiliency into our network. Additionally, there is upwards of $27 million allocated by NTIA for broadband equity, access, and affordability programs administered through OMB. This is in addition to the $84.5 million awarded to Liberty from the FCC for building a modern fiber network to deliver high-speed internet service to every home and business in the territory. This is a tremendous funding opportunity that should ultimately result in Virgin Islanders having greater access to high-speed internet at more affordable rates once these projects are in full swing. However, as the FCC award to Liberty locks out the territory from receiving any additional broadband funding until 2030, we are hoping that Liberty will use these funds to bring the internet price in the territory down. For our part, VINGN is laser focused this year on 3 priorities. Our priorities our first priority is completing $12.5 million in FEMA obligated restoration projects and design and engineering of an additional $7.1 million in mitigation to upgrade and modernize all 24 of our fiber access points known as FAPs. The aforementioned resiliency project will begin and in some instances continue in earnest once we have secured $1.2 million for the 10% cost share. We have applied for this funding with ODR. See Exhibit A for a full list of FEMA and other federal projects. Our secondary priority is to continue with the expansion of our Wi-Fi in public places. VINGN has deployed over 80 free internet hotspots throughout all 4 islands and counting. We aim to reach, We aim to reach over 100 locations by the end of this year. We have partnered with the Department of Parks and Recreations to install Wi-Fi at nearly all public parks in the territory. We also collaborated with DPNR to ensure that all libraries are equipped with Wi-Fi inside and outside of their buildings. Critical facilities such as the hospitals, DHS, and the Department of Health now have free Wi-Fi. You can also access Wi-Fi network at the San Francisco, at the St. Croix Airport, and soon at the St. Thomas Airport. We will push to cover 5 commercial districts with free Wi-Fi by the end of this year. These areas include Main Street, the Christiansted and Frederiksted boardwalks, Red Hook, and Cruz Bay areas. It is important to remind you that VINGN first deployed free Wi-Fi to multiple locations in all housing communities managed by Virgin Islands Housing Authority. VINGN's third priority for 2024 is the continuation of our community engagement activities and promoting the FCC's Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP. This program allows low-income residents to receive a $30 credit for basic internet services and a $100 credit towards a device, such as a tablet or a computer. We're also engaging the community in understanding their digital access needs and the perception of service quality and affordability in the territory through a survey. You too can participate in this community survey by scanning the QR code on my printed testimony or on your TV screen with your mobile phone. And there it is. This survey and associated outreach are required under a $150,000 NTIA Digital Equity Grant. As part of this grant, VINGN has conducted 6 community listening sessions and one-on-one engagements with government agencies, community organizations, and small businesses that are stakeholders in closing the digital divide in the territory. We are compiling the information learned from these engagements along with the data from the surveys to develop a digital equity plan that will be submitted to NTIA for capacity funding consideration. This plan will be published for community feedback by the end of February. All of VINGN's infrastructure objectives are to ensure that all ISP partners have a modern infrastructure for their customers to download and upload HD content from multiple points within a home, business, or agency affordably. VINGN is a middle-mile carrier broadband infrastructure. End user access depends on ISPs to provide the last-mile connectivity. This includes in-home or in-business installation of routers and access to the internet, billing, and technical support. Although VINGN is exploring diversified revenue opportunities, we will not, I will repeat this again, we will not engage in last-mile internet service delivery to consumers or businesses. This includes government agencies who are serviced through BIT, one of VINGN's ISP partners. In conclusion, VINGN is entering a transformative phase where we are pursuing whole solution opportunities where we can leverage our network to address territory-wide broadband issues. Topping our agenda is cybersecurity and the Internet of Things, also known as IoT. We will invest and seek funding to integrate cybersecurity functions directly into our core network for low-layer protection for all those who use VINGN's network. We will also enable our Wi-Fi infrastructure to allow the deployment of Internet-aware devices such as surveillance cameras to help fight crime in the territory. VINGN will soon increase bandwidth speeds for all ISP partners for the same price they pay today. This is our commitment to honoring our mandate to lowering internet costs to the territory for all ISPs. Thank you very much for your attention to my testimony. I look forward to addressing your questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Andrew Smith, ED and CEO from WAPA. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Andrew L. Smith, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, which I may refer today as WAPA or the Authority. I'd like to thank the Honorable Chair, Senator Blyden, as well as other members of the Senate present for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss WAPA's role as it relates to the quality of telecommunications and broadband in the territory. I'm also joined today by WAPA's General Counsel, Attorney Dion Sinclair. WAPA's role in the telecommunications and broadband in the territory is to allow telecommunications and broadband providers access to WAPA's utility infrastructure. In addition to telecommunications and broadband infrastructure, WAPA also has other infrastructure that attaches to its power poles, for example, ShotSpotter, which is used by law enforcement to identify and locate gunfire. Telecommunications and broadband providers are required to perform and provide the engineering analysis to ensure that their equipment can be safely installed on WAPA's poles. Providers are also required to comply with all electrical and other safety standards, as well as federal requirements for their installations and equipment operation. For example, recent changes to the National Electrical Safety Code have enacted new requirements for radio frequency, or RF, emitting devices to have a method of disconnecting and continuous exposure monitoring for technicians and linemen to be able to work safely on poles where these devices are located. Telecommunications providers pay WAPA a fee for pole attachments, which is customary in the utility industry. WAPA historically charged telecommunications providers less than $200,000 per year for pole attachments. However, the rate WAPA has been charging for pole attachments is outdated. The foregoing is all governed by a pole attachment agreement, in the case of a private third-party counterparty, or a memorandum of understanding if the counterparty is a governmental agency. WAPA's pole attachment agreement was significantly outdated, having been developed approximately 30 years ago. A revised, modernized pole attachment agreement has been developed and has been shared with the telecommunications provider. The charges for pole attachments in the current agreement are being benchmarked against industry standards through coordination with the American Public Power Association, an industry trade association, as well as other utilities. I would like to note that Liberty stated in their testimony that a pole attachment agreement was to be provided this week. It was, in fact, delivered this morning. WAPA's system includes approximately 40,000 installed utility poles. One aspect of pole attachments is that WAPA must evaluate and most critically locate poles that are requested for attachment by telecommunications provider. This is a challenge for WAPA because following the storms of 2017, WAPA's focus was on quickly restoring service to as many customers as it could. As a result, the infrastructure and its placement are not mapped to the specificity required to easily locate and evaluate poles. WAPA is currently working through a mapping of its system with the Davy Resource Group, funded by a federal grant that will make the process of identifying and locating poles easier. This mapping process is expected to be completed by the third quarter of this year across the territory, principally with St. Thomas being completed this year. Another aspect of pole attachments is that the analysis must be performed to ensure that the weight of the attachments being requested to be placed on the poles can be supported by the pole. In some cases, upgrades to the pole or other improvements are required to support the requested equipment attachments. Wind loading is especially important in this analysis because improper wind loading could make WAPA's poles vulnerable to failure in the event of a storm with high winds. Another important factor to note is that if holes are going to be drilled in composite poles, this work must be performed per the pole manufacturer's specifications, or else the warranty on the pole could be voided. Composite poles are expensive, costing almost $9,000 each versus less than $1,000 each for all but the largest wooden poles used by WAPA. That's just the cost of the pole. That does not include installation. Accordingly, preserving the warranty on the poles is crucial. WAPA supports the installation of critical telecommunications and broadband infrastructure. As I have described in my testimony, WAPA must ensure that pole attachments are installed in a way such that the installation of the additional equipment does not put the utility system at risk. This concludes my testimony. Again, I thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss WAPA's support for telecommunications and broadband in the territory. I would also like to thank the hardworking men and women who work around the clock, regardless of weather, daylight, or nighttime in the WAPA family.
Thank you so much, Director Smith. That concludes all of the testimonies for today's hearing. What we're going to do is take a brief 2-minute recess, so if anyone needs to handle their business, they can, and then we will proceed with the first round in terms of line of questioning, and it will be in this order. We're going to start with Senator Bolquez. Will be number 1, Senator Johnson, number 2, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, number 3, Senator Ray Fonseca, number 4, Senator Maurice James, number 5, Senator Carla Joseph, number 6, Senator Novella Francis, 7, Senator Donald Gregory, number 8, Senator Potter, 9, Senator Kay Part 10, and I will go last. Okay, so we're going to take a 2-minute recess, and then we're going to proceed with our line of questioning. We stand in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on the record. I believe we had some pretty robust testimonies. We have a lot of information. And my colleagues and I are going to do our first round of questioning in that respect. I already gave the lineup, so we're going to start with Senator Bolquez. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I apologize. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to the heads of telecommunications or parts thereof of the Virgin Islands. Now, telecommunications has a lot of moving pieces, and I want to sort of drill down on the mobile cell phone part of telecommunications. We know the importance of these devices in our daily lives, and we heard issues like number portability, which is an issue that, by extension, affects our government coffers. And understanding the network capability and its limitations is very important before we move forward. So when you use a cell phone, you send a signal to the nearest tower, which is then routed in a network of mobile switching centers to cell phone towers. Then the person that you're calling, the network identifies both phones and converts and transmit voice digital signals. And if you're using your phone and on the move, it switches to the nearest tower so that your phone call doesn't drop. When the call ends, then the signal drops from the tower. I think it's important for us to understand exactly how many towers are operational from Via and Liberty. I know in your testimonies you touched on the amount of towers, but we did not say how many are operational. I will say my office, I'm not sure if any other of my colleagues' offices have received phone calls about dropped signals with phones and any other issues, but I think it's important for us to understand how many operational towers we have for both mobile cell phone carriers.
I can start. We have 51. All of our cell sites are operational. But when you speak to gaps and drop calls, especially in the island of St. Thomas and basically most mountainous, there's sometimes your signal can't cover some of especially along the road or below a slope because of the signal and how it's transmitted. So inevitably, sometimes you find small gaps along the way. Some of it can be fixed with tuning and retuning your antenna, repositioning, doing frequency drive testing. So that's something that we engage in. We have a major drive testing exercise coming up because we're also going over to 5G in some of those sites. And we want to make sure that we don't have that kind of disruption or minimizing convenience to customers. So inevitably will be some drop calls, dead spots as we call them sometimes, and generally that's geographic. Also, some providers, as in our case, if it is in a very wide, less populated area, you probably have slightly less towers, and that may increase the drive time, especially connectivity for periods, and then reconnect afterwards.
Okay, thank you. And for Liberty?
So at the end of 23, we had 36 sites operational, of which 19 of them had 5G coverage. Also have indicated we do have projects to build out additional sites or relocate existing sites to provide better coverage.
So are all of your towers currently operational?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, very well. What is the load or the capacity of each of these towers?
So I'll defer that to our RF engineer, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Chair, can I please hold my time while Mr. Victor comes into the chamber, to the well, please?
Very well.
Good afternoon. Victor Vera, Director of RAN Engineering, Puerto Rico and SBI. In terms of capacity, remember we have a multiple spectrum and we have a combination between 6 to 7 carriers per cell site, depending on the traffic demand.
And what are your balancing techniques in the event that traffic is high when individuals are using their phone data or texting all at once with high traffic days? What is your balancing?
Remember, the priority is for the voice, always, but we have the capability to do carrier aggregation in LTE for 5 carriers. We can combine 5 different bands, and on 5G we can combine 4. That means the balance is using different spectrum to manage the traffic.
Okay, and how many mobile switching centers does Via and Liberty have, and where are they?
I answer first. Liberty, we have 2 cores in Puerto Rico. We use the submarine route to connect for the core, but we have 2 in Puerto Rico and another one in redundancy in Panama.
So would it not be better for a mobile switching center to be here in the Virgin Islands for the sake of better quality service and less drop calls?
No, that's not the impact anything on the drop calls. This is more on latency, but since we have the core in Puerto Rico, different than AT&T that we have the core in Atlanta and Miami, now we have a better latency.
Okay, so no plans to have a mobile switching center here in the Virgin Islands?
Right now, no, it's not in the plan.
Not in the plan. Would that improve service?
No, because the distance is so far, is so close, that don't make any difference right now. But we have the redundancy routes on fiber, submarine fiber, to mitigate any possible issues if something happens.
Okay, and for Via, if you can provide that.
1 minute.
Sorry, similarly, in our case, we have very good spectrum as well. And so in terms of a switch, our switch is here as well. Our support team is mostly here. We do have support team from the ATN, our parent company, who assists our mobile team as well to be able to provide the right coverage. It's about a lot about latency in terms of it. We don't have a lot of, should I say, a lot of mobile issues except the gaps
30
in
seconds.
the coverage because of the expansive spectrum that we hold.
Okay, and for both, we've been seeing customers that is, have experienced blackouts for days or weeks at a time with service. And I'd like to ask, what is Liberty and Via doing in order to credit or even offer additional minutes or additional data to those individuals who may have been affected with these blackouts for days and weeks at a time?
In the case of Liberty, we have 100% of
Time.
the site with generators and batteries. That's been even with the blackout, we are maintaining the service.
Okay, but no credits to the customers?
If something happened, I know we can work on the credits, but 100% of our site have generators and batteries.
Okay.
Right, in our case, I think we've only had 1 long blackout in late 2023. In terms of credits, because of the way our system is, a credit is done with a ticket outage. But what we will do then is go and look at customers and the time that they're out and apply credit to those customers' account. But we've only had 1 such for a little less than 24 hours in 2023.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses, and Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Volquez. I know over the past at least 4 months, we have received, myself and my colleagues, as a matter of fact, have received many, many complaints in respect to the quality and reliability of mobile telecommunication service in the territory. But most of those complaints, a lot of them, centered around Liberty Mobile. And in response to that, my staff and I engaged in several testing of the mobile down-speed load using O-class speed tests. And we found that Liberty consistently performs at no better than, say, 1/4 of the speed compared to competing providers. And honestly, even worse, yesterday, for example, my staff member who has T-Mobile was downloaded at speed at 83.6 megabytes per second. And my next staff member, who sits right next to them, was downloaded at 0.5 megabytes, which they have liberty, which is a serious problem. That's a big contrast, a big contrast. So why does broadband in the VI work so well and Liberty works so badly in terms of speed? Can you explain what's going on in that space for me, please? Because we did a test yesterday. Can someone explain to me what's going on and why?
Yes, we need to evaluate the area, but we did a lot of expansions since mid-year of 2023 based on spectrum acquisition. We will continue doing spectrum acquisition to increase the capacity. Regarding your case, we need to have the details in order to evaluate. Because, for example, if you are running a speed test on a network that is empty, of course you will have a high speed. But is the cost? We have more customers on this location. You need to share the bandwidth with the amount of customers. That could be a difference on the impact, but it will be good to have the details to do the evaluation.
Let me ask you, in respect to not only that, let me ask you in respect to connectivity. I know just now when my staffer went outside, I was trying to get a hold of him, and I called him from right here. And I had no bars. I could not get him. But then the bars appeared like a minute later. What is going on in that space? What is really happening? Can you explain that to me, please? And this happened today, just a while ago. Earlier, while we was doing the hearing, I called her and I showed it to her. I had no bars. I could not get him on the phone. So what is going on in that space?
Yes, as I mentioned before, we have different bands, and that will depend on the bands that you are allocated. We have low band, mid band, and high band. In our optimization, we will do the balance to provide to you the spectrum that will have more bandwidth. But depending on the in-building coverage, you will have different experience.
And my last question before I go to Senator Johnson. It was stated earlier in respect to the testimony that Public Works and the permits is one of your biggest challenges in terms of meeting your goal and affecting many, a large amount of money, hundreds of millions of dollars in investment in the territory. Can you explain to the public and my colleagues in respect to what does the permit has to do with connectivity and what that looks like, why the permits are so important and necessary moving forward in a timely fashion? Can someone explain to me, please?
Yeah, I can take that. So these permits are vital for the development of the infrastructure because what it's allowing is for us to get off radio backhaul and provide fiber connectivity to all our central points or cell sites. And what this allows us to do is to offer larger capacity. So it would allow us to offer better throughput or better speeds to the end user from both the fixed and mobile infrastructures.
Very well. I'll let my colleagues continue and drill down. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to my colleague for allowing me to go. I pretty much was willing to miss my therapy here today just to hear Liberty with their explanation. And without any fear, I'm going to say this to the people for Liberty. From the invention of cell phone to today, this is the worst service ever experienced in this territory. Since Liberty took over, it's the worst service the people of this territory have ever experienced. And I follow along with your testimony, Mr. Mewala. And you said the migration process had its challenges, but we calculate that more than 95% of the customers experienced no issue during this migration. That's not a true statement at all. If that statement is to be true, then everybody in the Virgin Islands is that 5% that receive bad service. My question to you, your system continues shutting down and it says SOS. When that occurs, why is Liberty not giving credit to its customers?
So, Senator, once a customer comes in and we were able to verify that there was an outage, we will tend to give that customer credit for that period.
That's not as satisfying to me. You can see the system, you know when that SOS appears. So why every single customers have to come to your office to get credit when you're seeing your system relating this SOS? Why? Your lines are long, people have to work, and they spend more time in Liberty trying to get their system and their service up. I spent an entire day trying to get my phone back on with Liberty. An entire day. Please explain this to me. You also say your 36 antennas are in operation. Prior to you coming on board, AT&T didn't have this type of a problem. Yes, we might have had a drop call here and there, but the service is stink. Why are our customers and our people of this territory not getting that credit?
Sir, so I will defer to Amir to explain the technicalities as to what's probably happening during a migration. I can address the challenges of identifying the customers. So during the migration process, it's not all of the customers that will be going offline. It's just, and it varies from what we're being told. It could be minutes, it could be hours. And you know, I will defer to Amir to just explain what is going on through the migration process, and then we can circle back if any questions.
Before you even try it, throw it to someone else.
Yes, sir.
How many of you guys from Liberty lives in this territory that should be experiencing what the customers are experiencing? How many of you guys lives right here in this territory?
2 of us. I'm the
2
director of sales.
out of how many is there? How many of you guys are there right now?
Please recognize the mic of the Liberty representatives, please.
So right now we have 7 members physically and 1 member remotely.
Well, please let that individual who should be able to answer this question that I asked about this credit, I would appreciate that highly.
Catherine Kling, Director of Commercial Sales, Liberty VI. I'm in charge of the retail operations in both islands, all 6 locations. And we recognize the challenges that we have had with the migration. Our goal is always to provide the best experience possible. We do recognize that there's long lines at the locations. These are 3 tracks of customers. It's our regular traffic in sales, service, and the migration customers. So we have added additional staff to be able to provide the best service possible.
Excuse me. My question is, you're killing my time. You know, it's a very simple question. Why are customers not receiving credit every time they receive this SOS and the system is down? And your system shows that it's down.
The SOS message does not necessarily mean that the network is down. Okay, in various situations, a simple power cycle of the device will get the device back in service. SOS typically shows when the migration has started in that particular device, or there's a missing link between the network and the device during the process. If the customer comes to us and we provide credits for those services.
Excuse me. Every time that I receive a SOS, I have to shut my phone off, leave it off for a couple minutes, then turn it on in order to get service. What are you saying to me? I'm simple about what I'm asking here. Why don't customers receive credit?
So, sir, we'll take that one away to do a deep dive as to how best we can identify these service numbers and to see how we can potentially improve upon this.
I don't think we're getting any place with you guys, and I don't expect that we would have. But you came in here, and yes, you have some issues with public work. That does not reflect the sloppy service that the people of this territory is receiving. Director Oreo, I appreciate your short testimony, and I appreciate all of those permits that you have already approved. And thank you for your service.
30 seconds.
I want to ask a question to WAPA. With these new lines going on to these fiber optic pole, would the insurance on our pole remain the same? Because I know the poles that we have in place can withstand X amount of winds. But does that also includes these new wires and lines that will be added to these fiber optic poles?
Yes.
Please recognize WAPA's mic.
Can you hear me now? There we go. Yes.
Time.
Yes, one of the things I mentioned in my prepared testimony is as long as the installations are done according to the manufacturer's requirements, that does not impact the warranty or the insurance.
Okay, that's good to hear. And I really appreciate my colleagues. I will go for my therapy and be back, but I have a lot more questions for Liberty, and I'm very sincere about this. This is some of the worst service in the history of cell phone in the Virgin Islands. I've never experienced nothing like this before. Never. And then people can't get to change their number and go with their number. These things are just ridiculous, especially the seniors. You hear seniors every day telling that you are forced to change your number. You can't have this 340 area code. Then you get a next number, and then you have these long distance call and charges put in on your phone. You are doing my people wrong, Liberty. You are. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Before I go to Senator Fred Gregory, point of information, I just wanted to say to the media, say please hold up knives on because they're getting feedback. And for the record, I can concur with my colleague who just spoke because last week my phone had a SOS from like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I could not use my phone. I turned it off many times, turned it on. It did not work. I could not make a call. I could not receive a call. I did not get a text. It was just dead. I went to Liberty the next morning. When I got there about 8:30, there were about 25 people in line before me. I waited for some time. They did not take long to get my phone on after they got to my number. But at the same time, there is conflicting information because once your phone says SOS like mine did, it was dead. I could not receive or make any calls, text, anything. So you guys need to look into that because he is correct. And I went through it personally. And I did not get a credit. I was not told there were credit available. So that also is a problem. This is the first time I'm hearing about credit. I did not receive any credit. So I just wanted to put it on the record. Senator Fred Gregory, you had a point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the frustration that we're experiencing with this, but I think what we have to get to the bottom of here is, and this is my point of inquiry of you, what is creating this SOS issue? And I feel it's important for me to ask the question because there isn't a day that my phone does not go on SOS between, I would say, about 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning. It's every single day. For the past, I would say, it's going on a year, if not more than a year. Every day. And it's in the Frenchman's Bay area. So I don't know what it is, but what we're trying to understand is what is the root cause of this SOS issue.
So, we are aware of an SOS issue happening during the migration process. If it's been happening for an extended period, I'll defer to my colleague Victor to see if he might be able to assist with an explanation from the mobile perspective.
Yes, like Catherine mentioned, the SOS is directly related to the migration process. We are looking for Amir. I don't know if Amir...
Speak into the mic, please. Speak into the mic. You have to come on the floor.
Okay, can you guys hear? Hey, Victor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
No, look, you are asking a very valid question.
But please put your name on the record before you speak. Please everyone put your name on the record before you speak. Thank you.
This is Mayor Hussain. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Liberty. Okay, so the question is valid, and let me explain what causes SOS. SOS can happen because of multitude of reasons. Site could be down, we could have an outage, the customer could be in an area where there's no coverage, or during the migration process. So those are main 4 reasons for SOS. Migration has an issue on SOS, so let me explain how migration works so that everybody can understand what causes that SOS. But if somebody's having an issue for over a year or so, that could be a specific issue that we should go back and look at it, and we will go and look at exactly what caused that. There shouldn't be a case where every morning between 8 and 9, somebody's phone is going at SOS. Something is wrong with that picture, so we need to go back and take a look at it, and I'll make an effort to make sure that happens. Let me talk about migration. So the way migration works is today, the cell sites that we have are the same cell sites that we had with AT&T. So when we bought that infrastructure, we used the same cell site, but we were renting AT&T's core network that makes a decision on what to do with the call. We are renting their billing systems. And we have somewhere till the end of first quarter to make sure that we are off that system. Over the last 2 years, we built a core, a redundant core that also supports the USVI customers and USVI network when we built the billing system. About 6 months ago, we started migrating customers from AT&T core to Liberty core. And that process started with some migration of USVI customers as well. As of today, we have migrated almost 51,000, about 29,000 more to go. And this is how the process goes. We start informing the customers that this migration will happen over a period of time. Some of the handsets that our customers have in USVI, they are incompatible with, once they are migrated from AT&T to Liberty, they become incompatible with Liberty's new network. That number is a smaller number, but nonetheless, those customers have to switch out their phones, and Liberty has been providing those phones to the customers. Some of these phones will require a software upgrade. Like, for example, Apple, to add Liberty as a new provider in USVI, Apple had to upgrade their software. So they released a software 17.2 where they changed their carrier settings and included Liberty. And for phones to take their carrier settings, the customer will have to download this new software and make sure that's available. Without that, the phone will most likely see SOS, it will not work. These are the communications that we've been sending out to the customers in advance, and right before the migration takes place, we also send out one more communication to the customer, make sure they understand that this is what's going to happen. So those customers who have an incompatible phone or who have not upgraded their software, they see SOS. So that's one set of customers. During the migration process, we first attach the SIM card to our network through an over-the-air provisioning interface. So everything goes over the top. Customer doesn't have to do anything. The SIM card, which is a small card that gets either plugs into the phone or it goes through an eSIM over the phone, has the parameters of the network to be able to locate the Liberty network, Liberty core, and attach itself to the Liberty core. So that's the first step. Once that happens, we know that that has taken place. The customer has attached. Then we go out and actually perform actual porting with AT&T, where we port the number from AT&T core to Liberty core. For majority of the customers, we do this in the middle of the night. We start around 10 p.m. Eastern, and we stop at 7 a.m. in the morning. And we migrate all those customers. So at night, if the customer's phone is powered up, is enabled, their phone will attach to the network, and migration takes place successfully. If the phone is not powered up, we take that off the migration list because we know the phone is not registered in our network or AT&T network. There has been situations where if the customer happens to be in a phase where the migration starts, let's say, at 5 a.m., and for some reason between us and AT&T, the load in the network, in the communications is higher, it does take a longer time, and that's the 5% number Mr. Ravi had mentioned, that's about 5 to 6% of the customers. They could go through the process and it could take longer, and it takes anywhere from instant to 20 minutes. In some cases, we've seen 5 or 6 hours, and we've been working to reduce that time. And if the customer falls in that situation, they are not registered or attached to our network, they haven't been ported, and they will see SOS on their phone.
Okay, thank you.
That's the situation.
Okay, thank you so much for your explanation. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Halligan. Thank you, Senator, for being here. It is important to note that we have 14 senators present, 14. So you know this is serious, and we have a serious challenge and issues here in the territory. And I appreciate all of my colleagues being here. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, I wanted to ask, and of course, SOS, in my opinion, means save our souls. And when this phone go on SOS, I can't save my soul because I can't use it to do anything. But I wanted to ask you, are you experiencing the same SOS issue in the district or over in Puerto Rico?
The issue is very common across the board. It's the same exact issue that we see in Puerto Rico also for percentage of the customers. Same exact scenario.
Very well, thank you. I'll go do a further deep dive on my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good afternoon to all my colleagues and testifiers and the people of Virgin Islands. First of all, I would like to start by just placing the record that I would have appreciated if at least a representative from the Public Works Department would have been present, as we really have some issues, as we heard today in the testimony, between both parties, the Department of Public Works and Liberty, and to really get down to understanding what the issues are and having the department present to be able to present their defense or their position would have been appropriate. So I'm really disappointed that there's no representative from the department in order to do so. But let me continue. Liberty, I also am a customer member and have experienced the same issues that my colleagues have presented today regards to connectivity and being disconnected and the SOS issue. I do agree that some sort of relief and credit should be provided to the customers of the territory of Virgin Islands who are experiencing such issues. We were not part of this transition of the sale process, but nevertheless, as customers and members, we were part of the transition. And hence, we've been facing all the challenges and issues that have come along with this. So 2 things. I believe that credit is due to the customers that have experienced issues, and I also think that certain incentives must be provided for you to continue retaining the customers that you have. You mentioned in your testimony that you have approximately, I think, around 40,000 something plus customers. How many of those have you lost in the recent months base since you acquire from AT&T? Do you have a number? How many customers have you lost?
So, sir, I'll need to get the exact number to get back to you, but with reference to the 47,000, that was referring to the number of our customers that we migrated to date.
Okay, got you. If you can, through this chair, maybe submit those numbers, because we have been witness and heard a number of individuals, even through social media, radio, and even in personal conversations, expressing their dissatisfaction with what's been happening with Liberty, and many of them leaving Liberty and encouraging others to do so because of lack of service. So I urge your company to really pay close attention to what's happening during this transition phase, because it's really going to, it is affecting your business, but apart from affecting your business, it's affecting the quality of life for Virgin Islanders, because having a cell phone is not a want anymore. It's really a necessity. And this is really affecting our quality of life and how we do business here in the territory. Also, what's your average waiting time for customers that come in and require some type of service?
Well, it depends. Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. It depends on the location that the customer is visiting. Generally speaking, most of the traffic is concentrated in the two main stores, St. Thomas, Yad Haven, and Sunny Isle, St. Croix. And because of the migration, or since the migration, the waiting time could be up to an hour.
Up to an hour. Where from the individuals I've had a conversation with, in my personal experience, your average time is basically close to 4 hours. And we've seen lines of seniors outside having to wait, and even your company having to close early hours when the time stated on the door says 6 p.m. or 5 p.m., closing an hour before because of the number of individuals that they have had to attend to. And that's really unacceptable. Having someone, I personally went to Liberty and checked in at around 11 and left after 5 on 2 occasions. And that's really unacceptable for that type of business that you're providing. You have to do better for the people of Virgin Islands that are paying, and I repeat, paying for a service that they're not receiving. So customer service has to improve if you want to continue doing business in the territory. And that's basic 101. And that's what I wanted to also state. It's unacceptable, the long lines and the waiting time for our people in Virgin Islands. So if you need to, during this period phase, implement increase staffing, then do so. But spending a whole day or half a day to be able to get something as simple as maybe purchasing equipment because you have to sign up and you have to wait in the waiting list, or having anything change, or just ask a question why. I saw while I was there, seniors just want to know why my telephone is saying SOS. And sometimes it's a simple restart. And they had to wait hours in order to have that process being done. So you really need to look internally at your operations and make the necessary changes, because we deserve better. And we are paying for the services that we're not really receiving. Also, regards to the statement provided by the Public Work Commissioner with regards to the issues with the permitting process, what's your position on his response based on that? Saying that basically in phase 1 and phase 2 of the project, there's parts of the agreement that you haven't been complying with, and that's also affecting the process of the permitting process.
So, sir, I'll defer this question to a colleague of mine that's more intimate with the construction project. So I'll defer to either Ricky Portela or... Okay, Jose Aria.
Hold on, Senator Stein, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Jose Arias, Director of Construction, Liberty. Jose Arias, Director of Construction for Liberty. So with regards to the construction, so far we have been working with the permits that DPW has assigned to us. All of their concerns have been attended, and we have provided the information requested, or we have fixed the problems in a timely manner.
Well, that doesn't fall in line with the correspondence letter that we received from the commissioner, where he states that inherent problems in phase 1 that have continued issues in phase 2, and some of the inconsistencies that he's been seeing, also with regards to disconnecting sometimes or affecting via lines, and also lines that have to do with VI and GN. Also fibers in instances, because you've been digging in areas that are not the zone to dig or going beneath the level of the permits that are required. So all of these things really need to be addressed. It's becoming a problem for our traffic and then having all the issues that we're seeing that have arise, you really need to get a hold of those situations. Now, in regards to the broadband aspect of my time has been called. I just, last question, just wanted to know what's additional capital investment that Liberty would have to invest apart from the federal funding that you received, the $84 million that you receive, and the scheduling timing on this, if in fact you believe that you will be able to fulfill the mandate, the part of this grant program. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and if you could answer in the chair's time.
I would have to defer that to Ravi.
So, sir, the longer the project rolls on, the more expensive it becomes. There was a budget that was allocated for the completion of this project. However, just 2 weeks on the job, so I don't recall the exact number, but I can provide that detail at a later time.
Please, through the
If you
chair.
can, through the chair, submit that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator DeGraff, you recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewers, listeners, and present. Cell phones, 10 years ago, people walk around different. Now everybody has a phone in hand, attached to the body, earbuds in. It's a part of the life. It's a way of life for all companies. How many complaints have you had in the last 60 days, Liberty, regarding major problems? How many complaints?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. In the case of escalations, which is what actually comes to me, the escalations are handled within 24 to 48 hours. I could get an escalation number of anywhere between 5 and 6 a day of different scenarios. Not every case is exactly the same. And I do have a support team that I bring those escalations to, and they are worked on expeditiously.
So you see, it seems as if like it's hundreds of thousands of complaints, because I have gotten them. One senator, you multiply times 15 senators. We have had, tremendous amount of complaints regarding Liberty, to the point where the terminology that you use, and I don't think you should even use, called migration. People ready to migrate away from Liberty because of the amount of complaints. I went to the States. I could only drive in the States on GPS. Get to the airport, phone went off. Turn it off, turn it back on, turn it off, turn it back on. When it came back on, it said, to get service, you have to switch to international roaming. I switched my phone to international roaming so I could get off the airport, get renting a car, so I could have the GPS to take me around. I mean, that's scary for me. So these are some of the issues we are having here. And, but the frustration that my colleagues going through, trust me, we're going through it. But again, it's what is being done. We're going to come here in this meeting, we're going to stay here for 10 hours, we're going to complain all day till we're tired, you don't get to eat lunch, you're going to be headaches. We're going to leave here. What is going to be solved? That's what I would like to hear. You know why I say all of that is because at the end of the day, every one of those customers who you have migrated over or haven't, paying the bill every day. And Liberty is taking their money every day. Have you refused anybody money when go pay a bill or make a complaint? Not one. This is what's happening. This is the reality of what's going on here. We so loyal, we paying our money religiously. How many people have you had to take to court because they're not paying the bill? You have those numbers?
No, Senator. We routinely don't take customers to court because they haven't paid their bill.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. We don't have this issue. How long has Liberty been in existence here in the Virgin Islands?
3 years now.
3 years and we going through major problems. Unacceptable. By your own standards, it have to be unacceptable. Have to be. I was in communications in the military. They tell you once you land to a site, you have to have operating communications within X amount of time. You don't, people lose their life. So I know communications. 3 years to have this kind of issue, too long. It's easy to come before the Senate. I could curse you all day. For what? Ain't gonna help them people who are already paying their bills and still can't have service. It's ridiculous. But then we send a new guy, the new manager, general manager, Mewalal. I want to be respectful. He sent you here to read a testimony what was read in October. The same issues where you had with Public Works, you have them now. Is I hate to be saying it's a cut and paste testimony. The same issues. You ain't come to address none of the issues that's going on presently. That's what I wanted to hear. You're the new guy in the block. I come to address these issues. Throw them on me. My back broad. No. Because you don't get a lot of blows here today. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to hear you come from. Not to come from Totola and think, Totola got good service, we come over here. Come on, man. We the VI, we the virginals of the United States. We deserve the best. Second to none. So that's what I want to hear. So that's what I'm saying. It is easy to curse and find all the problems. You know, I had them days, a young boy, I cuss you out, we gonna fight. No, we're diplomats. You sitting down here not to be ridiculed. So people have problems.
Sir,
yes, sir.
Senator,
Go ahead. You want to say something? Yeah.
You know, we acknowledge that there's challenges during this migration to our new platform, but many of these issues will go away once that process is complete, and we're on our own platform where we'll be able to deliver services.
Time frame.
So that migration
1 minute.
is scheduled to be completed before the end of March of 2024.
We're going to hold you to that.
Yes, sir.
You here for 2 weeks, you tell us by the end of March, all these problems be fixed.
So I would say the migration challenges would be fixed. So a lot of the issues I'm being told and I'm hearing about today are related to us coming off of the AT&T platform. You know, now the coverage issues, the speed challenges, whether it's mobile or fixed.
So wait, before you go out, right?
Yes, sir.
With your experience, is 3 years a good time frame to not have a system up in place to you? You're the general manager now. You putting the orders out.
So,
is 3 years sufficient?
Sir, once we have the necessary approvals for WAPA on the poles and DPW for the permits, we will be able to build out within the 3 years and complete that project.
No, not another 3 years.
Okay, so you're referring to, so the current project, because we had to have built our system from scratch to accommodate the customers onto our platform. And there was many details that had to have been worked out. So the last couple of years, the team spent building those systems and testing them from building to integration. And over the last few months, September, October, I believe, we would have started the migration process.
Unacceptable. One final question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. Yes, in regards to something else, Director Satori, you mentioned in your testimony on page 3 that we must note that because there has been no Dig Once requirement, there are now underground lines from VINGN via AT&T and FirstNet. There's no one dig requirement. As far as I remember, that's the law.
Requirement. I wasn't stating the law or the policy. I was speaking specifically to the agreement between the utility and the Department of Public Works, DPNR, WAPA, and the VI government.
So have you found that they are in compliance with the one dig law?
No, and that's
not your job.
Exactly.
Okay.
But right, and that's what I was referencing. But I was speaking to the requirements and not the policy.
Okay, that's on me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience and the distinguished panel of testifiers today. Okay, you know, migration, I looked that up, and in this case here, we're talking about moving from one system to the other. So I think Liberty was AT&T before, so we're migrating from AT&T to Liberty system. Is that what's going on?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, good. We have a very unique opportunity here. Yesterday we had Ms. Sandra Satori from the Public Service Commission with us all day. But we also have WAPA and OMB. So I'm going to take this opportunity to ask a question here based on what Ms. Satori, the Public Service Commission, who regulates VIA and Liberty and WAPA and Waste Management, she's here with us today. So yesterday on page 5 of Ms. Satori's testimony, she mentioned that WAPA has accrued a $90 million deferred fuel balance, and it will seek to recover the balance in future rates. And OMB, you gave testimony here on page 5 in April 5th, 2023, that ARPA funds was utilized to pay the additional costs of the diesel fuel, and that shielded the community from escalating utility bills. So I want to ask WAPA, we gave you, OMB, how much money in ARPA funds was it? Can you find out, and then I'll come back to you.
I have that number, Senator. Give me a minute.
Yes, give me that number. Can you hold my time? Yes.
Yeah, please hold the Senator's time.
So ARPA funds were provided to the authority in 3 categories: $77 million for fuel, $6.75 million to purchase Unit 27 that was on lease from General Electric, and then another $20.5 million to pay past due payments that were to 7Cs, which makes our potable water, and a Greco, which provides lease generation for the territory.
Okay, so you see, I don't understand that. You got over $100 million from the government, and now the PSC is saying that you intend to charge that $90 million for defraud fuel. To me, that's double dipping. Is your intention to charge us that $90 million?
Let me explain the breakdown those numbers for you, Senator. The $88 million, that approximately $90 million that Director Satori mentioned, that is after accounting for the funds that were provided by the government of the Virgin Islands. WAPA's fuel cost above its LEAC is really the combination of those two numbers. So we're talking almost $200 million in total under recovered fuel. We would only be seeking to recover the portion that was not supported by the GVI. And I want to make one last clarifying point. We will not raise rates to do so. We will only petition for deferred fuel, and we have lowered the other operating cost of the utility such that we can go seek to recover deferred fuel and not increase rates.
Okay, thank you. You see, that is interesting information. I never knew that it was over $180 million. So I'm glad to know that. But Ms. Satori, who regulates you, also mentioned that WAPA is losing customers, and even customers who remain on the grid, the sales are declining. So you must cure that loss, and by doing it, you have to provide better service. So I want to go now to VIA, because Ms. Geraldine Pitt here mentioned that part of the issues is the servers and etc. The power is fluctuating so much, it's costing VIA more money. And see, here and again, it's a customer service. So I want to go now to that, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration funds. Currently, there are about, what, 5,000 people are getting that credit of $30 a month, and you're saying that you're sending out notices that about 5,000 people are going to lose that subsidy? Ms. Pitt, explain that for me.
Okay, from a VIA point of view, this is not a VIA initiative. We have gotten information and communication, and I have something here that I can leave with this body that basically says the ACP program is going away. And so my appeal today was really about how do we bridge that gap using that $27 million BEAD funding. So it's all driven by...
Thank you. Thank you. So now I want to go back to OMB because today you gave me testimony that the VI received $27,103,240 from that NITA funding, but you've only expended 8,843. So you've only expended not 1%, 1,000%. So is it possible for you to give that money to VIA so that we can continue that program, OMB? Because it's $27 million and you only spend 1,000%, Pupa. Can you answer that question?
Samir Weber, Grants Manager, OMB. To date, we have not received $27 million. We have been awarded $27 million. We have so far received $1,249,952 for the planning phase. So for this planning phase, we have only expended the 8,000 plus.
Okay, but the grant is $27,103,240, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why have you only received $1 million? And do those funds expire?
So the $1 million that we have received is for a period of 5 years. It was part of the initial planning phase for us to get our 5-year plan completed and submitted.
Okay, so well, 5 years has gone. I think we're going on 7 years.
No. We only just received the grant
okay, you
award
only
in June.
received. So my question is, can you assist with continuing the program where VIA is giving that $30 a month subsidy with those funds?
It's not that simple. It's a little bit more complicated.
But no, yes or no, can you assist with continuing the program?
It's not a yes or no answer.
Okay, Ms. Pitt from VIA, can you answer that question for me?
It is, as he outlined before, the $27 million is over a period of time, but also the initial planning phase money is what he's speaking to, which means they're working on the plan to do that. I think what we need to recognize is that there is more of an urgent need for an action than waiting through the process of planning. Whether it becomes through some fund of advancing the funding to support the program, and then, I'm just saying, and then somehow to the OMB, because they did outline that they will be providing some level of subsidy. But the thing is, this is a now. This is a now, and I imagine that that initiative is a future initiative.
Work together because 5,000 individuals are going to be affected. Real quickly, was my time called, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, can I just finish up on that question to VIA?
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, so kindly. Okay, so I noticed you move your office them from over there now into the mall where you used to buy pizza. Do you plan any staffing layoffs, reduction, and are you outsourcing any of your positions to, what they say it is, Guyana? I think that in South America, right? Are you going to be firing people and outsourcing your positions to Guyana, Ms. Pitt?
So for the last 3 times that I've appeared before this committee, I have clearly outlined, I think, what is our policy and the direction that the business is going in. So part of it is our general customer improvement plan that required some redundancy. We have done most of it at this stage, and that has nothing to do with moving the store necessarily. The store staff is still there. But for us as a group, we are finding a better business model to be able to rationalize a cost base of the business. And let me just emphasize this a little bit. We moved from a $16 million a year funding from FCC to $5 million. And in addition to that, roaming as we knew it as a source of revenue is totally declined because the bigger company holds all of the cards really. So we have taken a very big revenue hit, and by extension, we must now find economical ways to drive the business while still improving technologically, because we still have a gap in terms of the way we do business, whether it's the messages we send to customers, how we do it, we still have a lot of gap there to fill.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. I don't have a PhD, but I think that means yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. I will respond. I will add to what you just stated because that's what I want to talk about right quick, and I'll let Mr. Weber expound on his explanation because I think he needed to explain. He didn't have an opportunity. But in response to fire and outsourcing and being able to meet the challenges in terms of funding shortfall. And of course, fire is part of our community, and she spoke to be a VI, what you stated in your testimony, that VI first.
Yeah.
But VI first must, in my opinion, mean the employees also. I know it's VI first in service, etc. But based on what's occurring in the space when it comes to outsourcing to Guyana and elsewhere and beginning private contractors, etc. In terms of fire, what is it doing in terms of funding and money leaving the territory in respect to outsourcing and having contractors, etc.? What is that doing in respect to the local employees and what's going on in that space? And how are you managing that in terms of the messaging, VI first?
Yes. Well, it's always going to be difficult to manage. I sat here today and I heard a lot of testimony from and questions that suggest that even as we talk about VI first, it does not mean VI only. The contractors that we bring sometimes is just about projects. So for example, as we are rolling out fiber or doing some part of education, there's a limited amount of resources in the territory. I think we've spoke to that many times before. So to do major projects, we tend to do that. Most of our contractors, however, are local. Sometimes the company may not be owned locally, but they're employed local. And we went through the whole process about, funding, could they get the bond and the building, and there's a whole lot of things that go with wire contracting. Companies probably owned by someone else while a person from the VI worked. In terms of the outsourcing element of it, as a group of companies, six subsidiaries, the decision was that we will now have our call center calls answered at WeSolve company in Guyana. And it's not an unusual technology. From a technology point of view, there's a lot you can do differently. And most of the calls of most of the things that we deal with in the territory is not even answered in the Virgin Islands. Over the years, though, we have tried, in our best methodology to streamline what we do today to ensure that we can keep employing as many people as we can. I think that's where we are at this point. But I understand the context of the people who work for us, who have built VIA, who have built the Virgin Islands. It is a sore point. I understand that. Business sometimes have to evolve to remain relevant, and I think that's the stage that we are at.
Okay, thank you for your response. Mr. Weber? Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. CEO Smith, you talk about being a preferred employer, and then you just made a justification of displacement of employees, key employees. Can you give us a perspective or census of what number of employees have lost their job of recent?
We've had a voluntary separation, that we've done 8 or 9 persons, and another 9 of involuntary, meaning a decision of redundancy.
For a total of 18? 18. And is there any additional in the near future that you're talking about displacing as well?
No, I mean, from the point of view of customer care, we have a reduced customer care team. The intention of the business, as I've outlined before, is for that part of the business, which is probably now about 12 persons. But that, of course, requires a whole lot of negotiation, so it's not something that we're doing now. We have to have conversation with our union partners who's representing those employees. So for now, that's where we have landed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weber, can you expound on your explanation before I go to the next testifier?
Samir Weber, Grants Manager, OMB. So this grant award is not a simple award where we could just give money to VIA. We have to again, submit our initial proposal for approval. We have to submit our 5-year plan for approval. And a part of our agreement with NTIA is that we would give each ISP equal opportunity to apply, and they'll go through a comprehensive review process of their application before we make a decision. So during the initial proposal phase, we did put our plan for internet access and affordability, of which we had, as you see in the proposal, in our testimony, 3 roundtable talks with the different ISPs to give us information on how we could improve these plans. Once this was done, each ISP had the opportunity to submit proposals to us, which we are still in the process of reviewing.
Thank you for that. I needed you to put it on the record. Senator Maurice James, you recognize, co-chair, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. And I was actually going to, I'll follow up on the Connect VI with Mr. Weber. Because the chairman and I sent a letter to Congress, of course, to support the extension of funding for the ACP, but that's going to end in April, which is only 3 months from now. So my concern is, when will Connect VI, correct? When will Connect VI launch? Because there's no filling the gap for these people once they lose that service in April. And it sounds to me as if what you just said is no ISP is preferred. Let's use that language, even though VIA has been providing this service. So I am concerned about when will Connect VI launch?
Please state your name for the record.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, Christine Rodriguez-Cox, the Senior Performance Analyst, OMB. So to answer your question, Senator, the Connect VI program cannot begin until we receive final approval from NTIA of both volumes 1 and 2 of the initial proposal and the submission of our final 5-year plan. So once we receive all of the funding in the territory, then we can be able to implement the programs that we have set forth in our proposals.
Thank you. The one thing I am noticing in the Virgin Islands is that no one can give you a timeline. It's always when something is completed. Recently on Monday, the governor said that when the Christiansted will be repaired, the roads will be prepared when something else will be completed. And we never know when something is going to be completed. There are no timelines, there are no deadlines, and people can't live like that in the territory. So I'm hoping that you can at least give me, before the end of the year, the next 6 months, what's the timeline? What does it look like? Because according to VIA, I believe it's 5,000 people. I don't know if I'm correct with that. 5,000 people are, 5,000, I'm correct. Virgin Islanders are receiving $30 per month in subsidy. 5,000 people. Clearly those 5,000 people can't afford or are low income. Can you tell me or tell those people when they will be able to receive help in paying for this service?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Just to answer your question, we cannot set the timelines that are set forth from the federal government. Understanding that we have done all that we have been required to do on the OMB side or the Broadband office side to submit the initial proposals way ahead of the deadlines that they had set for us. They're currently in the review and curing process. We have provided all of the responses necessary to obtain that final approval to receive all of the remaining funding. So to give you an actual timeline, unfortunately, we are unable to do so. However, I do want to state that with our internet access affordability objective, which is one of 4 of the pillars that we have set forth in the proposal to utilize the BEAD funding for, we have a pretty comprehensive program that we would like to implement, or we will be implementing, that will pretty much supersede what the $30 relief.
Sure, I understand. I'm going to interrupt you only to say this, though. I understand what you're saying. Who would I have to call to ask them when they're going to respond to you?
Okay.
Who, as a senator in the Virgin Islands, because if you said you are waiting for someone to act, who is that someone? Because I think, the legislature keeps getting blamed a lot. So if the legislature can help by contacting someone to find out when they're going to respond to you, that would help. I would be willing to do that. So who would I have to contact?
Yes, Senator, that it would be the NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Association. We have submitted the proposals directly to them. We do also have our federal program officer that we can possibly share his information with you, but that's about it. It's in NTIA's hands right now.
Thank you. I have a quick other question to ask quick. When you say it will be available, the Connect VI will be available to all Virgin Islanders who meet eligibility conditions, clearly then it would seem to me as if all the people who are part of the ACP would now be eligible automatically. Is that a good assumption for me to make?
Yes, Senator, you are correct. It will be open to all of those individuals currently on the ACP, in addition to the middle class income residents that we have in the territory as well. So it's for everyone.
Okay, so that's good news. That's actually good news because for too long, middle income people have bearing the brunt and carrying everything on their shoulders in this community. I want to now focus on I also am very disappointed that the Public Works Commissioner did not come today, because his letter actually raises so many concerns. He talks about the fact that there are that DPW had no experience with microtrenching or a policy for such, and then he goes on to say that most, if not all, states do not allow any microtrenching on highways, which seems to imply that we're allowing microtrenching on highways. Can Liberty respond to that? Is it that we're right now performing microtrenching on the highways in the Virgin Islands?
Senator, thank you for your question. To be honest with you, that's incorrect. Microtrenching is what is being utilized in many countries, many of the states in the U.S., including Puerto Rico.
No, that wasn't my question. My question was, is microtrenching, not whether it's being allowed in Puerto Rico or whatever. You're saying his statement is incorrect, but I actually, on my phone, pulled up where Tennessee has a policy where they do not allow microtrenching on their highways. So we're going to move on from that. He said most, if not all, states, but I just found one state that doesn't allow it. Are we microtrenching in the Virgin Islands? That's my question. On the highways in the Virgin Islands. Is that why he raised that issue? It is of concern to me.
Yes, Senator, it is what is currently the design. And to clarify, I didn't say all states. I did say in many of the states.
No. I was reading what he said. He said most, if not all, states. And I was just pointing out to you that that means there is a reason why microtrenching is not allowed on highways, right? Am I correct? Why would some allow it and some not? There must be some reasoning. Can you provide me maybe with the reason why it's not?
Okay, Senator, so I'll defer to our construction director, Mr. Jose Arias.
Hello, Jose Arias, Construction Director for Liberty. Microtrench is, like Ravi says, is widely used in all of the states. When you talk about highways, on the federal funded highways, they are not allowed anywhere. So we are not doing it on the federal funded highways. We are doing it on main roads and close roads to the living hoods.
Okay, I'm glad. Thank you for that response, because his letter raises a lot of concerns, because it almost makes me believe that we may see future damage or future liability or by going through this process of microtrenching. So I appreciate that response. I want to ask
Senator James, your time was called like 3 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Sorry,
We have a
I
next
didn't
round.
hear it.
We have a next round
I'm
after
sorry. Go
lunch.
ahead.
Yeah, we have a
I'm
next
fine.
round after
Go
lunch.
ahead.
Thank you. Before I go to Senator Federer, point of information, I want to ask the construction manager for Liberty. The construction manager for Liberty in respect to micro-trenching. So you're stating on the record that it's not allowed on federal highways, but it's allowed in other residential area. Can you clarify for me that statement?
Jose Arias, Construction Director, Liberty. In Puerto Rico, for example, on the main highways, highway number 22, we are not allowed to do any type of trench. It is done by the highway authority. In the case of USBI, we submit all the permits to the DPW, and we follow all the instructions that they provide to us and where they allow us to do trenching.
So the permits is where they allow you to do trenching. That's what you're saying.
Yes, so far we have done a trenching wherever DPW has allowed us to do trenching.
And that is why it's so critical that the commissioner be here to respond and or have someone to respond. But nonetheless, Senator Federer, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, I know there was a time when, because I'm trying to understand the direct correlation between the NTIA and the work that the funds that used to be distributed by PSC, I think managed at some point by VIA. Is that the funding? No. Okay, so what's the status of those funds? So those are the funds where you would apply for to have a portion of your low income, I think it was low to moderate income folks. It used to be administered by the PSC. That
You're talking about Lifeline, I think is what you're trying to get at. Could be.
Yeah, there was
And
funding
so-
coming and you had to apply to, I think, through PSC.
Senator, those are universal service funds,
USC.
USF funds.
And what's the status of those funds?
The ACP program is actually an extension of the USF funds. The NTIA funds are something completely different. USF funds are FCC funding, and NTIA is a completely separate federal organization.
So let me just understand from OMB. So you all write the grant for this? And when it's awarded?
Respond in the mic, please. And state your name.
Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst.
So you all write the grant?
Yes, the
And when it's awarded, who's administering this?
Office of Management and Budget.
So what is the process?
The vetting process for...
Yes,
Okay.
how does it work?
Yeah,
How
so
do you...
we outlined how we would review applications in volume 2 of our proposal that's published online. But it would be a team of individuals, subject matter experts within the Virgin Islands Broadband Office that will review all the applications, and then we will determine which proposals that we will support.
So we're not doing that through VINGN, or we have our Office of Management and Budget is taking care of those types of matters? I find that very unusual. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a point of information from Senator Gittins, but let me inquire on the record. VINGN, Mr. Adams, are you part or have you been assisting in this process? Can you put it on the record for us, please?
Assisted in the BEAD?
Yes.
I've provided feedback to OMB in the BEAD process.
So you have been part of the process?
Yes, I have been.
Thank you so much. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted us to make things a little easier, not only for us, but for those viewing and listening with all the acronyms that's being used. People are getting lost with the ISPs, the ASPs, and the MTIAs. If we could just be conscious to say what these acronyms mean, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Carter, if you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone, all the testifiers and my colleagues. In this advanced age of technology, everyone needs to be able to communicate. So communication is vital for how we actually connect with our families, our friends, enjoy entertainment, manage our finances, apply for work, and overall to conduct any type of business. So this is a vital discussion that we're having here today. I want to ask my line of questioning to Commissioner Oriol regarding your statement today relative to the 15 applications you've received for tower sites from different carriers for tower sites, and that 10 of them have been approved and issues, and you still have a remaining 5 applications. Kindly indicate for us what typically is your turnaround time to issue permits for these towers.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. It really depends on the nature and the length of the nature, the area, and the application itself, Senator. But what we did initially through our initial meetings with Liberty in particular is, while they were still working on some of the engineering drawings that they wanted, what we suggested was to do the temporary tower sites, which are much simpler, gets you to have a monopole you can get up and running very quickly.
So that can be done in the interim while they await the permanent?
Correct. So for an example, in 75 Claremont on St. Croix, we received the application on November 10th, 2022. It was deemed incomplete twice. We had our public hearing in July of 2023, and the permit was approved on the 2nd of August, 2023.
So you are providing some guidance to them to be able to get these permits so they can operate?
Correct. So for us in particular, when we were first approached about the project itself, it was actually in connection with BIT and the Department of Justice in that these are applications to get FirstNet towers. And so again, we came up, brainstormed what would be the best way for us to be able to move forward. We have also had conversations with the carriers for fiber to the home. So for example, initially we were looking to do 1 permit territory-wide. We stated that would probably be really, really challenging because then that has to be approved by the entire commission. So we then processed individual permits by island district on a much smaller scale. We received the applications on the 21st of December, 2022. The first set were approved on December 28th, 2022. All the permits that we received were all approved by March 2023. So it really depends on the nature of the application, location, those types of things.
Okay, and how much fees have you collected by these permits being issued?
So on the CZM side, the application is about $150 per application. I'm not sure what the permit fee for the tower sites for the major permit is. There's 1 major permit site, or 2 major permit sites. Those are $2,000 each in terms of fees.
Okay, thank you. All right, now let me move on to Liberty. I do have some concerns, and I too want to voice my great disappointment in the Department of Public Works not being present. I think it's unacceptable and really unprofessional to just send a letter and not have a representative from the department who is really the lead on granting these permits. Knowing that communication plays such a vital role in our lives today. You know, that's the first thing you have to do, is to be able to communicate. If you can't communicate verbally, you could always communicate in writing, and we need the internet. We need to have that accessibility. So I am just very disappointed. I think it's a level of professionalism, and I know we have the capacity, especially I have every confidence in the department to be able to address some of these issues, but we need to be really serious to get to the bottom and make sure that we are business friendly to get things moving in our territory. Now, Liberty, Mr. Mayala.
Mewalal.
Mewala.
Or just Ravi for short.
Robbie, okay, thank you kindly. All right, so I do have some questions. Let me go quickly to page, these pages on the numbered. Anyhow, this is relative to your meeting your benchmark for your federal funding that you were awarded. You mentioned that you have, like, you need 40%.
1 minute.
For 2024, and is these 75 permits that you have in permit packages in Department of Public Works going towards that 40%?
That is correct, Senator. If we have all these permits approved, we'll be able to deliver the project, meet those homes passed for this year.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, thank you. In addition to that, you mentioned that you have a 5-year warranty and a third-party inspector for all work. What work are you referring to here? And when does that begin?
So the 5-year warranty is with respect to the repairs on the road. To highlight, the standard warranty provided is usually 2 years.
So this is not for the infrastructure with the fiber optics?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Time.
All right. I just wanted to just ask if going forward and you coming before the committee, this is just me, that you number your pages. It makes it easier for me to ask the question and have a reference so everybody could follow. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having this committee hearing, because I think it's extremely important. We continue to, hear from our constituents in regard to this whole telecommunication issues and the challenges that we're experiencing there. Liberty really represent, or just telecommunication represent the lifeline. These phones are doing everything for us today. And, there's a sense that there's a chokehold. There's a chokehold on us being able to move forward. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Mewalal, in regards to the permits that you've requested. I know that you spoke about the one for the micro-trenching, but what's happening in terms of the tower installations as well? Isn't that equally important? I think that getting the fiber to the home is one thing, but the connectivity challenges that we're experiencing is really with towers. Can you speak to what's happening within that space?
So it's twofold. They're related, sir. So in order to provide the capacity, once we get those towers up, and to ensure that we are able to provide the additional bandwidth or the appropriate bandwidth, we need to ensure that there's fiber feeding those sites. Two, with regards to the tower, I'll defer to Victor to advise if I know we're making application for additional towers, but I'll defer to Victor to answer that aspect.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
RAN Engineering USBI. As we mentioned before, last year we increased the amount of sites by 13%. This year, we will add another 5, that this will represent 28% of new builds for USVI. We will have 2 in St. Thomas, 2 in St. Croix, and 1 in St. John. The reason for that is to increase capacity and coverage. It's a combination. This is our commitment with the USVI customers in order to continue enhancement, both capacity and coverage.
And you also spoke about the small cell towers.
Yes, correct. The small cells is more for capacity, and we're trying to start the site acquisition process in order to start implementing in St. Thomas. But right now, the focus on 2024 will be on the 5 NSB and the 58 projects that we have for capacity.
Very well. And in regards to, well, customer service is equally important in this whole realm. You spoke about the challenges that you're experiencing with the SOS in Puerto Rico as well as in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I'm surprised that you have not really done, I have not heard any PSAs, for example. How are you preparing your customers to be aware of this situation, this transition period, this migration that you keep speaking about? I went on your website, and there's no information available on your website. You talk about sending out notices. I would imagine you have sent those notices on the very same device that we're challenged by. How are you, do you have any PSAs out currently in regards to the migration and the challenges you're experiencing with the migration?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. In regards to the customers that are chosen for the particular batch of migration, as we mentioned before, the migration is being done in stages or phases. That customer, 7 days prior, okay, they begin to receive information about updating their software.
How? By what?
Via email for postpaid customers and text for prepaid customers, because generally speaking, we do not carry their or do not hold their email addresses. Those customers were receiving information via text. As a matter of information to the body, it's important to know that the vast majority of our prepaid customers are now migrated. So we're focusing right now on postpaid customers, which by and large are able to receive email addresses, and we have that information. It's done via text as well as email, like I mentioned. So there's a phase as to how many emails they receive and when. So it begins from 7 days, 3 days, 2 days, the day off, the day after, and then there's a follow-up also if there's something that has not been completed by the customer. We also deploy a WhatsApp communication to the customer, letting them know your particular device ending on number such needs to be reset, or you need to follow this particular information. They also receive there a way of communicating with us, as if they do not have service or have not latched into the network, they're able to communicate via Wi-Fi with our WhatsApp assistance as well.
And you recognize that a significant amount of your customers are also seniors. How are we reaching those seniors that may be having challenges with either coming to your office or being able to even understand the text messages that's coming through in regards to the need to upgrade their phone? How are you addressing that?
In regards to the seniors, when they arrive to the store, which is the vast majority of the customers choose to actually come to us for assistance, we go through the entire process with them, and we do not let them go from the store unless we know that 100% of their services have been restored. We have actually had on occasions, and I can speak to this, people that have not been able to transport themselves to the store, and we have deployed someone from my staff to go to help them. So we have gone to that particular extensive service to make sure that the customer has had everything they need.
What about, well, that is a challenge in itself, because obviously you have long lines and seniors have to be there between 4 to 6 hours to be able to get that done. You know, so that in itself is a challenge. Do you have any, have you been thinking about perhaps a pop-up office somewhere else that you could be able to support and assist those individuals that may be in remote areas, at a shopping center or someplace that would not require them to come to the main office?
30 seconds.
With the 7 locations that we have available in the territory, we have not done any pop-ups, but it's an idea that we can definitely think about and perhaps work with a particular department that can help us with that, perhaps like human services, that they cater specifically to seniors. we can do that, reach out and probably implement something like that.
And in regards to the credit, I mean, I believe that based on the poor service that we have seen, the challenges with the text messages and connection issues, that a credit is warranted. I don't know what's the level of discussion you've been having in regards to credit, but truly, the phone has really been bad over the last several months, and there should be some consideration for credit.
Yes, and in regards to that, I wanted
Time.
to clarify, there has been a series of different situations and customers that have come into the store. Most definitely, we have applied credits, both prepaid and postpaid. Customers that had recent issues that had foreign MPAs receive a $50 credit automatically into their account without having to necessarily identify themselves to us. So we have done an extensive amount of credits already, but we can always continue to help the community. That's what we're here to do.
Very well. And Mr. Chair, if I could just add just one quick question to Vire. Vire, I'm having some challenges, and of course, you have to make a business decision in regards to separation of employees. But please understand and know that those, I mean, even with 18 employees, again, we're talking about individuals that's being taken off of the tax roll. We're talking about individuals that will perhaps need to apply for unemployment or seek employment elsewhere. We're talking about senior members within your organization that know that after serving 20, 25, 30 years are now being separated with maybe a basic severance pay, but present some challenges. I mean, we're hearing about it. The complaint is coming to us, and you have been a very good corporate donor to this government and this community. So we don't want necessarily to have a fight on this issue, but please consider that there is some residual impact to this territory while you're separating those employees from Vire and sending this work now to Guyana and elsewhere. All right, food for thought. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Before I go to Senator Fred Gregory, this is for Liberty in respect to the $50 credit. How would one know that they have received that credit, number one? And number two, when it comes to customer billing and payment, if you are not a prepaid customer and you come to pay a bill, do you receive cash? That's my question. Do you receive cash from your customers who is not a prepaid customer? And that's the reason why I'm asking that question. Do you accept cash?
Yes, Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. So there's two different things. The prepaid customer is able to come to any of our locations and pay directly into the payment station using cash. The postpaid customer, due to part of it, due to the migration, we have had to only deploy access to autopay or using credit cards for those transactions. Now, in addition to that, the customer is able to use Banco Popular as an outlet to also pay their bills using cash. The good news is that before the end of the month of January, meaning next week, we will be able to have the payment stations fully integrated, accepting cash for not only postpaid, but also prepaid customers. So the issue was temporary. We understand that it has been an inconvenience to customers, but it has been a byproduct, so to speak, of the migration integration. But we're soon finished with that project, and we will be able to resume normal business accepting cash for both customers.
Well, I'm happy to hear that response because I had a senior who called my office with a complaint, and it's important to communicate. Communication is very important in these times. Thank you for that. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to start with BINGN and Liberty. So in your testimony, Mr. Adams, on the first page, you shared the fact that the FCC awarded millions of dollars to Liberty. And we are not going to see the opportunity to apply for additional funding until 2030.
Correct.
That's a very long time. And my question, not to you, but to Liberty, is, so what's the strategy? What is the strategy that you're employing to ensure that the citizenry here in the territory sees a reduction in the internet pricing? Because that is very important to us. So is there a strategy? And if there is, when can we expect to see that reduction?
So, Senator, it depends how soon, So we do have a set of homes that have already been approved and are close to completion. When we're ready to do installation in those homes,
Okay,
you
so-
will see.
No. See, this is. I need you to answer my question based on how I ask it. What is the strategy, and when can I say, or we say to our citizens that we will see, even if it's piecemeal, that we will see a reduction in the pricing? Don't give me what you're doing now. I need to know if you have a strategy in place, and I need to know when we're going to see the implementation of that strategy.
Yes, ma'am, we do have a strategy in place, and you will see that implementation when we start to connect or sell the first fiber to the home networks.
And when is that going to be?
We anticipate by mid-April.
So April, May, let's say May, April, May of 2024, we will see a reduction in internet pricings in certain areas in this territory.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay, good. VINGN, you spoke to on page 2, you spoke to the low-income residents to receive $30 credits for the basic internet service, et cetera, and the $100 credit towards a device such as a tablet and a computer. So we've heard about this for some time, and I believe my colleague on St. Croix, she shared her concerns with the fact that we don't ever talk about timelines. And I believe when we have these meetings, it's for the community to get an understanding of what's coming and when we expect to see it. So when do you anticipate that this particular program will come online?
VING in this program we are a promoter of the program, so we support all the ISPs in the ACP program. So, and VIA is the biggest.
Okay, so tell me VIA. Then whoever needs to put it together, then that's who I need to hear from.
Right. It's more of VIA because
Okay,
they're
good.
the lion's share of ACP in the territory.
I think there is a little bit of a misunderstanding, so if you don't mind me clearing that up.
Sure.
What Mr. Adams is referring to is a current ACP program that gives the $30.
So is that
and
happening?
It's happening.
And
We
that's
have-
the one where you have the opportunity for 10,000 customers, but you're only.
Right, so that's 5,000, but that's also the one we said is going away.
Wait, but you said there's an opportunity for 10,000, but you're only servicing 5,000.
Yes, and I am not. The territory has 5,000 ACP recipients. VIA has about 3,500 of that.
So what is what I'm trying to understand? What is the capacity? Who should I be asking? What is the capacity?
I guess the capacity here exists in the public sector to understand how many people on SNAP, the
Right.
programs that qualify for that program, and that's probably 30. I think it's about 30,000 households or individuals.
I'm
in
basically
different
trying to
households.
understand why are we not ensuring that our community is receiving this opportunity at capacity?
I think there is.
So you may not be able to answer the question.
I probably could in part.
Okay,
And let me
in
tell
part.
you why I
Let
can
me hear
in part.
from you.
So the program itself requires customer to sign up, right? It's been more than a year, a little over a year. We have gone to just about every community, sit on the tents, and basically sign up community members. There's always a reluctance to sign anything to get anything. That's one of the things. It's similar with the Lifeline program. But we have sat with and also go to Human Services, sat there for days every month to be able to register persons as well.
So there isn't a program, and of course, Human Services isn't here, so you can't necessarily answer for them. But there isn't a program where there is some aligning with when you apply for SNAP, then you have an opportunity to fill out that application at the same time to benefit from this program.
No,
you
we
have
sit
to,
there.
You have to physically sit there. See, so that's something that we need to discuss at another time. But I believe that we should try to figure out how to align these programs where you don't necessarily have to sit there, there is a process that allows for that to take place so we can see capacity. But that's for another time. Okay, so that's something that I will follow up on. Back to VINGN. On your last
1 minute.
page, on your testimony, you spoke to you will soon increase bandwidth speed for all ISPs for the same price they pay today. Soon. What does soon mean?
Soon is within Q1, Q2 at the latest. We're still doing our financial modeling and what that looks like.
Q1?
Q1 of this year.
Of this year. So Q1 ends in March.
So that's our hope.
So your hope is to see it by the end of March?
30 seconds.
Yes, that's our hope.
And you're hopeful or just hope?
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Okay, good. Now, I have to ask this question of liberty because, you know, a lot of times we, you know, have these conversations with our private concern, but we also have to also understand how is the government of the Virgin Islands impacting your ability for full implementation. So I'm going to ask Liberty, how or if the government of the Virgin Islands is impacting your ability for full implementation of your programs in any way.
So, Senator, that is primarily on the permitting process, taking very lengthy times to get approvals, as well as and prior to that, we also had some challenges with getting pole attachments. However, I think we have since moved past that last element.
Okay, and can I ask one follow-up question based on his response? Okay, so based on that response, I saw that the DPNR has indicated that they received 15 applications by 4 different carriers. How many of your applications have been approved, and what's the status of your approved applications and your erection of, well, so this is 2-part, piece for DPNR, piece for you. And where are you with the erection of, I guess, the towers based on the approvals?
Okay, so I will defer to, is it Victor? Would you be able to answer the status of any additional tower bills that have been approved?
Basically, we have
Please state your name for the record. Please state your name for the record.
Victor Vera, Liberty VI. We have 3 in progress that we expect to be completed during the second quarter. The other depends also on fiber permits to deliver the transport to the tower. We are around 4 are in progress right now.
And what's outstanding?
So we have two projects for Liberty for towers that are incomplete. So 73 Claremont on St. Croix was declared incomplete. There was a resubmission in October 2023 that was declared incomplete. And then we also have 6-4 Estate Carolina in St. John. Actually, that resubmission just, I believe, came in this week, or no. So documents deemed incomplete in August, resubmitted in November 2014, declared incomplete, but we still sent out, we're still processing the application, getting some of the administrative work out of the way, notifying the property owners. But, and then the only other one that is approved but not, again, cannot move forward, this is for T-Mobile. They were approved in September of this year, but an appeal was filed at the Board of Land Use Appeals on that one, as well as there is an appeal at the Board of Land Use Appeals for the one in Rappoon that has been issued to Liberty as well.
So that's a mouthful. I mean, I know my time has been called. I will wait for the second round, but that's part of the root cause of some of the challenges that we're experiencing. So that's the piece that we really need to get to the bottom of. So I will follow up on the second round. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. The committee is going to stand in recess for 25 minutes for our testifiers to get something to eat. So we stand in recess for 25 minutes. We are back on the record. Next, we have Senator Potter. Senator Potter, you're going to be recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to our testifiers from the telecommunication industry. Mr. Chair, I definitely want to commend you for having the foresight to schedule this important hearing today, given the level of the complaints and concerns that have been expressed. Anytime you're walking down St. Thomas, and the complaints that we've received, at our office, as was mentioned before, cell phone usage is a necessity today. It's no longer just a luxury or something that's nice to have. And we have been negatively affected, particularly as of late, with the reception that our residents are receiving from Liberty. And I want to really commend Liberty, commend you, Mr. Miwalal and the team for coming to face the music. I'm sure you came here today not expecting to have a cheering crowds. But I think you understand that the concerns and complaints are very, very legitimate. And I think your presence here tells me that you endeavor to bring some solution, some resolution, to the issues that are plaguing our residents with the reception. I wanted to ask you just straight out the bat whether or not you have been engaged and involved in any similar migration type initiatives in the past, or is this what is happening now? I guess you're migrating from AT&T to, I don't know the technical terminology, to Liberty. And as a result, we are experiencing a lot of these issues. Have you, in your professional career, been a part of a similar initiative?
So me personally, no, but our lead VP in charge of the project, Mr. Amir, he has been involved with such projects in the past.
Okay. I wanted to ask Mr. Torrey, and Mr. Torrey, thank you for being here. I know you spent almost the whole day with us yesterday. Thank you for coming back second day. In your testimony today, you said that the PSC was now accepting customer service complaints. But then you said, however, but a big however, that you're somewhat limited in what you can do. So I got the picture in my mind of a toothless tiger. You're given this authority, but there really isn't a whole lot that you can do. I wanted to give you an opportunity to explain to us what the parameters of your involvement, in having oversight over these types of issues. What can you do? And I know you've been engaged somewhat with Liberty over the last weeks or so.
Correct. Sandra Satori, Public Services Commission. And you absolutely described our situation very well. The Public Services Commission has different functions based on the utility. In the case of wireless utilities, such as Liberty VI, AT&T in the past, and other local wireless companies, the FCC regulates the wireless service. FCC also regulates, whether it's their rates and all aspects of wireless service. What the Public Services Commission has jurisdiction over is quality of service. That was expanded, of course, recently by the legislature that, provided very, very specific responsibilities and guidelines for the PSC. So it gave us more jurisdiction over the types of quality, the types of service that they're expected to provide and that the customer deserves to get. However, that service is limited simply because the overarching jurisdiction is that of the FCC. And the FCC is very, very specific as to what the states or other jurisdiction, territories, etc., can do. However, because the wireless companies have applied for and have been granted federal grants with specific specifications, the Public Services Commission now has jurisdiction over the certification, the annual certification, and of the guidelines of those funding. And so we have to monitor the progress and the development of the use and implementation of those funds. On an annual basis, we have to report to the FCC and determine whether or not they have in fact met the annual guidelines. Right. Every year it changes based on the phase that these utilities are in. So every year we have to report on and certify that they have indeed met the benchmarks that are stated in the grants.
Understood. I wanted to also ask you, Mr. Torrey, about, a big thing that came up today was the issue of the whole permitting process. Mm-hmm. And the fact that I believe one of the testifiers from Liberty mentioned that they had submitted 75 permitting applications and only 18 was approved. And I wanted to ask you whether or not the PSC has any role to play in, or is there a role for the PSC in bringing the parties together to ensure that we don't have any more lost time in getting the permits approved? Is there a role for your commission in something like this?
Yes, there is. There is no stated role per se. However, the implementation, the receipt and the implementation of the funding is so critical to us here in the territory that we must do everything in our capacity to ensure that, one, they're able to proceed with the build-out and the implementation of the systems. And so it behooves us, because we have determined that we will act as the liaison if any of the utilities or providers run into obstacles, to assist, perhaps as liaison between the utility and in this case, the departments, Department of Public Works, the DPNR, etc., to ensure that the process is, that they face less obstacles and that the process is less complicated. And so that's what we have been doing. We have in fact reached out to all of the departments, the permitting departments. We've held meetings with the Department of Public Works Commissioner.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. J, if I may, just one last question. 7 minutes went by fast.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Liberty, Mr. Mewalal, particular, I think it may be appropriate to you. And I know my colleagues have asked the question before. I'm not certain if I was here to get a direct response. And it is whether or not there are any plans to offer a direct credit to frustrated customers, loyal frustrated customers who have stuck with Liberty in spite of it all. I mean, Liberty isn't the only game in town, but these customers have decided to stick with this organization as you go through these, this adjustment period as you go through the migration. Is there any, can we get a commitment from you here today that you will offer some form of credit as an attempt to just make good, in a good faith manner, for the inconveniences that many of our residents have been experiencing over the last few months?
So, Senator, I know my colleague Catherine Kling did answer that question, so I'll ask her to just repeat those details.
I appreciate it.
Good afternoon again, Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. So in regards to prepaid customers, we have already dealt with that base, and by and large, they're fully migrated, plus or minus 500 customers. So those customers received credits already in the vast majority. Postpaid customers, which is the focus now, there has been a segment of customers that went through a particular issue. Those were identified, and a $50 credit was already applied to those customers. Okay. How they're going to see it in their bill, right? Whether it's e-bill or printed, there will be a section that says credits applied, and the customer will see it there. That will be in accordance to the billing cycle that the customer will fall under.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your leeway, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. Senator Dan Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I'm not in this committee, but I found the need to attend this meeting because it's very important that the people of the Virgin Islands get better service. And I'm going to start with the VI code. Here it is in the VI code under the wireless facilities and wireless support structures. I know that Vitima is responsible for our 911 system, and other emergency alert must be positioned on wireless facilities that contains the best available technology. But 911 is always down. I don't know about St. Thomas, but I know about St. Croix. Just the other day, a lady of 91, 92 years old took ill in a church, and they couldn't get through to 911. So today, I don't see Vitima here, but I see OMB. So Ms. Christine Rodriguez-Cox, can you tell me who is the wireless provider, since Vitima is not here? You're the money person. Are you able to answer that question?
Senator, no, unfortunately, no, I don't have that answer.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone there that can answer who is the wireless provider for 911? No? Well, through the chair, Mr. Chair, I think that is very important that we make sure that 911, when individuals call, that they respond. But there continue to be challenges with the 911 system, and that is not a good thing for the people of the Virgin Islands. I am going to continue with my line of questioning regarding the towers and its environmental concerns and health concerns. These towers being in residential areas, I understand in one particular area in Bordeaux, individuals complain that they are getting cancer. We cannot tell for sure if that is the cause. So I want to ask JP Oriel, Commissioner of DPNR, can you tell me if the cell facilities or towers, these like Liberty and T-Mobile, whoever has towers in the Virgin Islands, do they have to do their self-monitoring? Because I know their radiation monitoring devices for cell towers, their RF meters and their EMF detectors. So can you tell me if it's self-monitored, or who would be the person to regulate that?
Good afternoon, Senator Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner for DPNR. So DPNR doesn't regulate the operation of the tower. We simply regulate the actual development portion, and I do not have the answer to that question.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I would ask Liberty, do you do radiation monitoring at your sites? This question is for Liberty.
Yes. Victor Vera, Liberty VI. We follow all the FCC regulation, including the RF safety, that include the RF safety measure that you mentioned, and yes, we follow all of that.
Does that include a radiation monitoring device that you monitor to make sure that there are no environmental impacts, no health impacts?
That is correct. This more apply on rooftop, but we did it on all of our locations.
Okay, thank you. This question is for Liberty. In Puerto Rico in 2023, Liberty Foundation gave $650,000 to Puerto Rico. Can you tell me, it was to 34 nonprofit organizations. Can you tell me who determines these social investments? And did you have any investment in our territories?
So, yes, Honorable Senator Ravindra Mewalal for Liberty. So last year, we donated $338,000 to various organizations here in the USVI.
Okay, and T-Mobile, I will ask you the same question. Have you done any social investments to the territory? My time ticking. T-Mobile?
No, I believe they were on Zoom, but I do not believe that they're right now, Senator.
Okay. You're saying there's no one there for T-Mobile?
Correct. They were there earlier, but I'm not seeing them right now.
Oh, wow. So I will ask Liberty, for your customer service office, how many employees do you have at your sites total in the VI?
1 minute.
You St. Croix offices, St. Croix, St. Thomas. How many employees do you have on each island?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. In the case of the St. Thomas, we have a total of 46 employees. That's for the mobile organization. There's another 6 employees that belong to Fix. So we have in the upwards of 52 employees.
30 seconds.
And in St. Croix, we have equal amounts. We are also actively hiring in both islands for both retail, fixed, as well as customer service. And we are continuously looking for good people to hire. And in part, with the migration, we also hire temporary employees to be able to enhance the experience at the locations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think probably my minute was over, and
Time.
T-Mobile is not here to ask my additional questions. Thank you. I would just ask that you do right to the people of the Virgin Islands. As we had power that was gone for total of about 6 hours on the island of St. Croix, we were not able to use our phones even to make an emergency call or make a call at all. If the event that people had emergencies who was using T-Mobile, they could not have called. I understand Liberty, there was some connection, but it's a shame that we get this kind of quality of phone service in the Virgin Islands. Hope you do well to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator. Let me ask before I go to Senator Francis Heiliger, in respect to, I guess, Liberty. I had a constituent, a senior again, called my office in respect to a 1-800 number, her husband, medical provider, and they are saying that they could not accept call from this area code. It could not go through for whatever reason. They've been doing it on a regular basis, but in the last 2 days, she said that's the message she's getting. So my chief researcher, who is with T-Mobile, did the same thing and he got the same message. Is there anything going on that you know of with our area code number in respect to 800 numbers, based on your knowledge?
No, Senator. We're not sure what's going on there. However, we'll be more than happy if you share the details for us to have our engineers do some traces to see what's going on.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers and staff. My first set of questions is directly to Liberty quickly. Are you guys in any danger of losing grants because of how this permitting process is prolonged? Because I'm trying to be fair to everybody before I start to dive in. Because if you're given a grant to do something in a certain time period, but you're here telling us that it's being prolonged because of permitting and public works, are you in danger of losing these grants?
Yes, ma'am. That fund was given to the U.S. Virgin Islands. If the network isn't built out in the appropriate timelines, as well as meeting the criteria for those respective milestones, that grant will be in danger. And it's a pity because it was meant to develop the infrastructure for all Virgin Islanders.
And I wanted to put that on the record because I pay attention a lot to what people say. And for me, as much as I am not happy with a lot of what's happening with Liberty, I still have to pay attention to the part that we're responsible for doing. So I'm hoping you guys will figure that out as quickly as possible, because at the end of the line, the people that are going to benefit from this $84 million is the people of this territory. Now, the second question I want to ask quickly to Vaya, I also get a lot of questions over these EVO boxes. And because we have a problem with Water and Power Authority consistently going out, and sometimes we have these extensive blackout periods. And as an individual born and raised here for 50 years, I grew up with the regular landlines, and when power went out, I always had a phone. But when the transition went over to these EVO boxes, they now became dependent on electricity. Are there any plans to make any adjustments to that, or this is just the way of life for the people of our territory? Because people have been in some very dangerous situations because of this new combination of power and phone system. Please share a little bit about that, and is there any site in place to fix it?
Sorry, Geraldine Pitts, CEO of VIA. Apologies. I need all current boxes, it's called the Evil Box, I think. I've heard that name. Telephone gets 4 hours of power. Internet is the only thing that won't work. Mm-hmm. So I need to get a sense of whether there's some dysfunctional boxes.
I'm talking about the phone lines. What I'm trying to tell you, there are periods of time that WAPA is out for 4 hours or more. And these boxes shut down and you can't make a phone call anymore.
Right.
So I'm asking you, based on today's technology, is that the only combination you have to now team up with the Water and Power to make sure people have telephone service? Because since you guys switched over, and we know we have a electrical issue here in the territory, you are now affecting people's ability to make phone calls when WAPA goes down for these extended periods of time when the phone also goes out.
So we are also exploring power supply for some of those, so we can have a backup power. I actually think we have some of those units in stock. So we look towards how do we do it on a more holistic level. But generally, for the telephone, it can last 4 hours. And after that, it will have to go on the backup power. So we'll try to facilitate that process by either making it available to the customer at a fee or somehow included in their monthly. So I'll take that one away as an action.
Okay, so that's something you're actively working on.
Yes.
Back to Liberty. I traveled a couple months ago. I actually missed a doctor's appointment because of my phone when I traveled to the U.S. I was not aware that, because I was on AT&T all the time. So when we made the transition and I went to the U.S., I wasn't getting as many phone calls, and I wasn't getting as many texts, and I didn't know what was happening. And when I reached out to the doctor, and I said, but I thought you were going to contact me. They said, but we sent out, up there, everything is automated. We sent out and I went online and it told me that I needed to switch over. And when I went into the system and I switched over to some other roaming, my phone flooded with text. It just flooded up, and there was all my missed appointments. Why is it the public isn't aware that this is something that has to be done if we go outside of the territory? Because you have to understand, people were used to just moving back and forth with no problem, and all of a sudden now, this has now become an issue similar to what my colleague previously spoke about. How do you address that, and how do you educate the public that this is something that has to be done?
So just to start with a bit of a background information. So prior, when you're on AT&T platform, AT&T was just a regional operator, a U.S. operator. So once you're in a U.S. territory, there was no need. It was just local. Given that we are now a Liberty, which are based in the USVI and Puerto Rico, when you travel, although there will not be any charges, you will need to enable roaming because you are now connecting to an operator outside of our network.
Okay, and have you done any telling the public of this? Because I knew nothing of it. He knew nothing of it. And that's two senators sitting here telling you. So can you imagine the public? We had no clue.
So
30 seconds.
Sorry, we do apologize for that inconvenience. I'll defer to Catherine to see if there was any particular communication with that regards.
My other question is this. Our official language here is English. The majority of people in this territory in the United States, Virgin Islands, speak English as their first language. And when I was doing some research, over 80% plus, why is it all of a sudden, Mr. Chair, may I continue? Why is it all of a sudden whenever there's an issue with your phone system, I have to sit there, listen to a whole nother language, trying to wait to figure out what the issue is, then you get to English. Is that done on purpose? Because if your community that you came to function in predominantly speaks one language, why is your entire system putting out all the messages in another language first? That's something I need to understand.
So, Senator, we are actively working on ensuring that we improve upon that, to ensure that calls coming out of the USVI will hit a English IVR, which is a system. This is something that we have been discussing for the last few weeks, and that I am aware of. Catherine might be able to say how far back it goes, but we are actively working on addressing that issue.
Okay, could I ask one last question? Thank you. The problem that a lot of my constituents call about has to do with empty calls. For example, I will use myself. I would pick up my phone and I dial. It has a bar, but there's nothing there. It doesn't connect. It doesn't make a sound. It doesn't do anything. And the other day I was in a situation where I was trying to make an emergency call and I'm just hitting redial. I'm looking at it like, am I dialing the right number? Absolutely nothing. I had to run into my office after probably 7 tries to make a call out on the landline. What exactly is that? Because that seems to be happening a lot, not only to myself, but to other customers. And when you have to understand that when you're an individual that had one service and all of a sudden you are plagued with a myriad of problems day in, day out, the public wants to blame and say, what are you people doing? You've disrupted our lives. I have one employee that gave up her own cell number she's had since college just to leave Liberty. This is a grown woman. She gave up her one number everybody knows because when she tried to transfer, they told her she couldn't go with it, but she could no longer stay there because it was so bad for her. You explain to me what exactly that situation I just explained so the public could understand. Thank you.
Okay, so so I'll answer that in a couple of parts. There are several segments to your statement. With regards to the dead air element, I'll defer to my colleague Victor. However, one of the things I would like to highlight, and I think I would have stated in my statement, challenges would have arose in the back end of 23 when we started the migration. Once we complete the migration in March, these issues will disappear. The network that AT&T was operating is the same network in place. We have improved upon that. We have added additional cell sites, expanded capacity. So it will be a much better performance once the migration is complete. We do apologize and sincerely apologize for all the inconveniences and challenges our customers are facing. And, we will, in the next few weeks, by end of March, we will be over this. And the new product or platforms that we'll be operating on will allow us to offer far better products where on both your fixed and your mobile networks. With regards to the dead air element, I'll defer to Victor.
Victor Vera, Liberty VI. As Ravi mentioned, is the same network that we have from AT&T. I am a former AT&T employee with almost 30 years of working on this market. The network is even better because we are adding some new site builds, especially in St. Croix. As we mentioned before, we have 2 more new sites for St. Thomas. I need to verify that is the issue that you're referring is related to the dead spot that we have in St. Thomas. But if we have the data, we can take a look. But as I mentioned, by second quarter, 2 more new site builds in St. Thomas will help the customer experience here.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. The situation that I had with my phone having to turn it on, you say that's what we have to do now when we go to the States? Put your phone on roaming? I just want to be clear.
So, sir, we're trying to make it as seamless as possible, but during this migration process, because we are working on expanding our roaming partner footprints, because we're now coming off of the AT&T platform. We expect to have the same footprint that AT&T had. 1st of February, I believe, is the timeline that was given for that project. However, with regards to enabling roaming when you travel abroad, that at the moment is a current situation as we go through this migration process. We're looking to see how best we can optimize that to give you the experience that you had prior. To say that post-migration, that will be the continued scenario, I cannot answer that at this point in time.
So it's fair to say anyone traveling who have Liberty should activate international roaming when you leave the territory. That's what you say?
Sir, it wouldn't be activating international roaming because the roaming is still part of our plans. It's just enabling the feature on the phone because you're no longer in pass when you are an AT&T customer because AT&T operated throughout the U.S. territories. They had their switch in Atlanta, I believe. So it didn't matter which part of the U.S. or U.S. territories you were on, you were seen as an AT&T customer. Because we're operating now as a Liberty that exists in the U.S., VI, and Puerto Rico, when you travel abroad and although you don't have to pay any additional charges, you will have to connect, whether it's the AT&T, T-Mobile, or whatever the case might be.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I think you need to repeat that a couple more times because that's very, very important, because it scared the heck out of me. So you know, imagine people leaving now. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. In respect to what the last senator just stated, in addition to that, because it's roaming, and say you don't have a roaming plan, are these individuals being charged for roaming? And if so, what is being done to assure that there is being credited to the account automatically?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. Let me just, I guess, clarify a couple of things. Number one, if the customer is traveling to the US, the only thing we're asking the customer to do is prior to you traveling, enable, just by going to the settings of your phone, data roaming. That's it. So it's as simple as a swipe, and immediately you will start receiving your service as if you were back home. No issue, right? As long as you are within the US and its territories, there's no additional roaming charges, right? This also is not only applicable to customers that are postpaid, but also prepaid. Now, customers that are traveling abroad, right? Even that includes down island, that customer, if it's on prepaid, it will not work, right? Prepaid services do not have international services included. A customer that is on postpaid, yes, it's included. We have a number of roaming partners already engaged, and we are completing those agreements that are left. And if the customer is abroad, and they have been migrated, and they had the international day pass formerly under AT&T, that service feature has been automatically transferred into the Liberty account, so they will continue with the exact same international day pass, which is $10 a day for the days that the customer uses voice, data, or text while abroad.
Thank you for that, and it's important during this migration that you continue to put out PSAs so folks can be on the same page with you.
Point of information.
Let me add something. For the benefit, Mr. Vera, for the benefit of the customer, now with us, you have the opportunity to roaming on AT&T and Verizon. That means that you have two choices in case that you have some with a signal in mainland. That's another advantage with Liberty now.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a point. Before I go to Senator Gittins, point of information, Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sitting and I am listening. And what the folks from Liberty is telling me is to get a new carrier. Because if every time I got to leave to go someplace, I have to go in my phone to do some crap, then I don't need this service. I really don't. I really don't. So you're telling me I need to find a better carrier. That's what you're telling me. And I hope the people that are listening understand that Liberty seems to look like we're going to have even more problem going down the road than better solution. Now, you guys still exist in the BVI?
So we operate as Flow in the BVI, which is a sister company to Liberty USVI.
Under another, why is it under another name and not Liberty 2?
Liberty Latin America is the parent company for Liberty Puerto Rico USVI, Flow/Cable and Wireless business, and several other brands throughout the Caribbean, Central, and South America.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I got my message clear from Liberty what I need to really do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. What number am I in speaking, Mr. Chairman?
You're 13.
About 14, right?
You're 13, I'm 14.
So I'm saying that because after hearing all my colleagues, I mean, what else is there to ask? And we can't even get the proper answers. But you know, times have really, really changed in this place. Our unions need to be a bit more aggressive on these types of issues. Here we have local jobs now being outsourced and going to Guyana and all over the place. The legislature just appropriated $25 million for retroactive payments that we just learned was used for other purposes. And again, our unions just sitting down. We sitting down here, we having all this discussion and we talking about Liberty, Puerto Rico, this Puerto Rico, that of Puerto Rico. You think this would have been happening in Puerto Rico and people sitting down on their behinds and just allowing this to take place? No, it wasn't. No, it would not happen like that. You know, sometimes we just need to rise up because people just taking advantage of the situation here in the territory. My colleague just spoke about the evil box. I don't call it the evil box. I've been calling it the evil box because it's just been evil to especially our seniors in this territory. The boxes are supposed to work or give up to 4 hours of battery life, and they don't give 4 hours of battery life. As soon as the power go, that gone too. How are people to survive in this place? We're supposed to be bettering the services, and here it is, we're just getting the worst end of the stick. Now, we just outsource via how many positions you said that we lost coming up here? Because a number of individuals just got some pink slips, and I think that their last day with you is the end of this month, correct?
That varies. As I said before, we have 8 persons who did voluntary separation and another 8 whose roles were made redundant. And that was not outsourcing.
You spoke to earlier, I mean, it was so long ago, and notes all over the place. But you said that customer service was one of your major points that you were looking at. And a number of these positions that are now cut and outsourced comes from the customer service area, isn't it?
That was in early 2023, not in my recent cut.
So nobody in your recent cut is from customer service?
Yes, but they were not outsourced.
Oh, but so who are we to call now?
No, customer service is still there. What I'm saying that the redundancy that just happened did not include an outsourcing component. I said that's part of our future, and we are engaging with the union on that aspect.
And I know what kind of engagement with the unions happening, but again, I'm asking the positions that you have just let go, any of those positions, whether from the 8, the 18, or however much, any of them from customer service?
Yes, I had voluntary separation from customer service and 1 redundancy from customer service.
So explain that when you say voluntary separation.
So what we did is that we offered to the staff across the patch, not customer service, across the entire company, the ability to take a package to reduce the overhead costs of the business. We had 8 persons who took that offer. And in addition to that, we've had another 8 persons whose roles were made redundant. 2 persons, one as an agent and I think one as a supervisor or 2, would have been from customer service, but it's across the organization decision.
So I ain't worrying about across the organization. I'm speaking specifically to customer service. The thing is we're going to now have to call somebody in Guyana, and hopefully they answer the phone, and hopefully they're understanding my situation as well.
I trust that they will. The thing is, we have to provide the right support. As I said earlier, across the patch is always going to be that you're dealing with human beings who are not perfect. And by extension, as a management team and as the leader of the team, I have a responsibility to ensure that they treat our customer with the utmost proficiency, and that requires constant communication and training where necessary.
So before the time is up, whoever could tell me, what's the ISP, ACP, and MTIA? Just remind us, what are those?
The ACP, sorry, Geraldine Pitt, via. The ACP is a Affordable Connectivity Program. The NTIA.
1 minute.
The NTIA is the National Administration, National Telecommunications and Infrastructure Administration, and the ISP is an internet service provider.
Give me the MTA again.
National Telecommunication and Infrastructure Administration.
Okay, so it's NTA, not MTA.
NTIA, N as in Nancy.
And my colleague before from St. Croix had asked about the internet service provider for either the Virgin Islands Police Department or 911, and y'all didn't answer. Isn't VIA providing that service?
So every provider has a responsibility to provide a 911 service to their customer.
So again, they asked who was responsible for the 911 call center phones. Isn't it VIA?
We have a major responsibility, yes. It's a combination of the communication itself and the system itself that creates some of the issues that we've had. We have a role to play in that as well, and also in terms of the system as well. So it's a combination of problems that sometimes happen with 911. Our team, though, is focused on ensuring it stays up as much as possible, as far as possible, and when we do falter, to quickly resolve those issues, put a hand up and say we are responsible, and by extension, fix it as quickly as possible, because we understand the importance it plays in the roles and the lives of every Virgin Islander.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Madam Clerk, please put 7 minutes for my time. My line of questioning is going to be particularly with OMB and Mr. Hendrickson for the Department of Education. I think he's still on team. According to the Virgin Islands Broadband Office, in their report dated November 16, 2023, particularly none of the $250,000 allocated for promoting awareness of the affordable connectivity programs has been spent to date. Is that still the case? Do you know? And if so, why not?
Samir Weber, Grants Manager, OMB. That would be a question for VINGN.
VINGN, Mr. Adams, thank you for that.
VINGN was awarded an FCC grant of the amount that you just mentioned, and we are actually actively using that grant to promote alongside with the other carriers, the ACP in the territory. We go to senior centers and sign up seniors. We go to Mango Melee. We go to all kinds of events to sign up people for the ACP program. And then we help them sign up, and then the individuals who qualify for ACP pick their provider, whether it be Liberty or VIA or somebody else.
How much has been expended thus far in terms of promoting that $250 for promoting the program?
Our last report to the feds was that we reported about $60,000, but we've expended far more than that in resources and out of pocket from VINGN to promote that program.
Okay, my next question to you is, what about the schools? Why haven't you gone to the schools where this program basically assures that everyone in the schools, because they are on a school lunch program, or do qualify? So why haven't you gone to the schools?
We've been concentrating our effort on the seniors. The senior population and working with AARP has been our focus for promotion. The school program that you mentioned is actually not under the ACP program. It's actually a different program. So there's a little bit of a correction on the ACP being available to all residents. That's not entirely the case.
I beg to differ based on my understanding. So it's important that we really look at that, because it do qualify those students. in
Well,
school.
we
and
do
the-
flyers with this, with qualifying students.
and the families. So
And their families.
it's critical in that respect. And let me go to the Department of Education in respect to federal programs and funding in terms of that type of program. So, Mr. Hendrickson, good afternoon. And my question is, how does the Department of Education monitor and keep track of federal programs that its participants is eligible for? Mr. Hendrickson? Media? While I wait for Mr. Hendrickson to come up on the screen, I think it's important, based on what I'm hearing here today with many of the different testifiers and responses in respect to the different programs and opportunities that's afforded to the territory. Again, I stated earlier, I believe communication is the key in that respect. Let me go to the PSC in the meanwhile, because I really need to talk to Mr. Hendrickson because I have a lot of questions for him. Good afternoon, Director. In respect to your testimony, you stated in terms of the meetings you had with the telecommunication company and the customer complaints that came to your office. In their response, are you satisfied with what they're doing in terms of rectifying those customer complaints? And if not, is there a plan moving forward to assure that we address those concerns?
Right. And so, Sandra Satori, Public Services Commission. So what we have emphasized to Liberty Wireless is that they reach out to their customers where they are so that they can offer the proper responses as well as resolutions regarding the issues and the situations that customers are experiencing. They've indicated that they have they've indicated ways in which they have in fact been reaching out to customers, explaining what some of the issues are. I think what the customers need to know is why those issues are occurring. One of the things we spoke about is the fact, as was stated here by some of the, many of the senators, is that whereas it may seem more convenient for customers to come into the offices and the stores, the retail stores, in order to resolve the issues, that may not be beneficial to either customers or the entity. What it does is exactly what's going on right now. It's providing a excessive amount of customers coming into the stores, which in fact leads into additional issues, both for customers as well as for the wireless service. So we did go into detail as to ways in which they can reduce the number of complaints that they're having simply by providing the resolutions, providing greater information, and finally reaching the customers where they are, not necessarily requiring that customers come to them to resolve those issues. So the conversations that we had with many of the individuals that are here testifying
30
today
seconds.
Has been very, very fruitful. We just need to put them into practice, implement them, and offer, better solutions to the customers.
Thank you for that. I had 3 questions for the Department of Education, so I'm going to put them on the record, and I'm sure my co-chair, who chairs the Education Committee, will follow up with these questions in respect to connectivity and telecommunications. My first question to Mr. Hendrickson was, who was responsible for understanding the benefits offered under the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program established during the COVID-19 pandemic which was then expanded into the Affordable Connectivity Program? That was my first question. My second question was the department aware that since 2019 and up to and including the present, every household in a territory with a child attending school has been eligible to participate in the ACP and to receive a discount of $30 a month, and also free telecommunications equipment? And the third question was, on numerous occasions, the department has been asked about what it's doing to facilitate affordable broadband access for its students, and why have we not heard about the ACP program's acceptability before? So the reason why I'm asking this question, because they play a critical and vital role when it comes to our students and their families having these federal funds applied to assist them with connectivity and the like. And that's a lot of money in respect to our students. And they deserve the right to know and to have access to these funds. So I guess to be continued. We have completed the first round of questioning. We're going to do one more round, a short round. I'm going to do 3 minutes. We do not have all 14 senators here, so we will not be that long. But at the same time, we need to, some of my colleagues have other questions, so we'll do a 3-minute round. So I'll go to
point of information.
I heard you, Senator. I'm going to go to a point of information by Senator Gittins, and then we're going to go to Senator Bolquez. You recognize Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to Vaya again to ask specifically who's responsible for the landlines at 911?
That's Via. Geraldine Pitt, CEO of Via. That's Via.
Okay, so that's what I've been. Okay, so that too is what I wanted to know, because it appears that the company is moving away from cable, landline, and just interested in internet. And I want to make sure that our 911 lines will be secured as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. You want to respond?
Yeah, just a quick response. I'm not sure the moving away part of the conversation. Landline is naturally constricting, whether it's at the government entities, quasi-government entities, or customers in their own homes. That's natural attrition. Internet, we are focusing on every aspect of the business, including cable. That's a smaller portion as well. So, no, I think as a company, we are fully focused on all aspects of our business.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolquez. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, first I wanted to commend you for putting together this meeting today with such a very robust panel. Of course, with just one entity missing, but I still believe that we had a very good conversation in relation to telecommunications in the Virgin Islands. And given that the ongoing challenges in network reliability, customer service issues, and the need for infrastructure development, can each of the service providers outline a comprehensive plan that addresses these concerns while ensuring affordable and high-quality telecommunication services for all of our residents? And I would actually encourage the PSC to require such a plan, in addition to your regulations and certifications, because it's important for us to understand the scope or the magnitude of where we're going to go with our telecommunication companies moving forward into the future. As the Internet of Things evolves, 5G, we should have such a comprehensive plan that comes from our service providers so that we fully understand where we're going. And I know that there's a lot of issues with services, but some of them we can't control. Nature, buildings in the way of a frequency, etc. However, any of the service providers, do you have such a comprehensive plan? That is my question.
Ravindra Mewalal, Country Manager for Liberty, so I'll take the opportunity to provide some insights. So once we are completely on our own platform, it opens up a whole lot more flexibility for us to offer products that will be, well, one, you will definitely see an increase in our broadband speeds, and because of the infrastructure we are building, it will be a very resilient network. You will see that broadband speeds increasing, our speeds on mobile as well increasing because we're getting fiber to more sites. Yes, we are committing and we continue to deploy 5G sites. So as we get more fiber, because fiber is a key essential to offer the high speeds that are required to deliver 5G. So as we get more fiber connected to more sites, you will see that 5G network expanding further. And as I've indicated to a senator earlier, as part of our commitment, in not just improving the infrastructure in the USVI, but also in ensuring that we're offering value for money.
And Vaya?
Yeah, the answer to your question as to whether we have a comprehensive plan, yes, we do. We work on a 5-year plan basis. So essentially laying out what our investment will be for the next 5 years. We have clear missions and programs that we are going to try to accomplish, some for 2024, 2025. So we do have a comprehensive plan, disaster preparedness recovery. We also have our network infrastructure plan. We have, most importantly for us, is a customer journey plan for 2024, because there are a lot of parts in that we definitely need to move to make the customer's experience with us a whole lot better. And so, yes, we do have a plan.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the Chair to Liberty and Via, if you could provide us with your plans so that the committee understands where we're trying to go with your strategic planning, in a sense of mobile, data, fiber, etc. And of course, lastly, to the PSC, if in fact, for whatever reason, you do not have a copy of that plan, I would suggest that those plans be provided to PSC. And if you do in fact have so, please take the time to clarify over the mic. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you so much, Senator Brokers. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am too so appreciated for this hearing, and we need to bring them back very fast. But I want to ask two quick ones. I want to ask PFC what plans they have to address the consumers' complaint, and if there's way that you can find these agencies, these companies for pretty much lack of service and charging people at this territory for what I consider poor service. So what plans does the PSC have? And then before the PFC, I'm going to ask my two questions, and then you could go ahead on the chair time. I want to ask T-Mobile, if I am a customer, which I am for Liberty, and I decide to transfer over to T-Mobile, can I transfer with my Liberty number? So T-Mobile could go first, and then the PFC could go ahead and answer on the chair time. T-Mobile? Mr. Chair, anyone from T-Mobile is there?
No, Senator Johnson. They were here earlier, but they had to leave.
So wait, they want my service leader?
I can't answer the question for
Let's
them.
go right to PSC. And PSC, and can I kind of hear what plans you have to address consumers' complaint? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. You may proceed.
Good afternoon to Sean Hendricks of the Public Services Commission. Currently, the PSC has in place a customer procedures policy that we address all complaints regarding of the public utility that comes before us. The PSC has limited to no oversight based on federal and the FCC laws that currently exist. However, we do investigate complaints that come before us.
1 minute.
As mentioned, there is a process in place. For instance, the customer has to give the utility the ability to resolve the problem first before it then comes to the PSC. If the utility is unable to resolve the problem within a 30-day span, the complaint can be filed with the PSC, but as indicated, we do have limited abilities when it comes to the resolution of billing issues, customer service issues. We work directly
30
with the
seconds.
utility to get the matter resolved.
Thank you.
Do you by chance have a complaint unit established?
Yes, we do. They're referred to as utility staff assistants. We have one located on the island of St. Croix and one on the island of St. Thomas.
So through the chair, can you provide this committee with the list of all the complaints that you have received since Liberty especially took over? Because I really would like to see some survey as what's been going on, because Liberty started out saying that 95% of its customers did any issues. So I definitely would like to see those numbers. Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to join my colleagues in thanking you for hosting this much-needed and important committee hearing, given how important telecommunication is and the challenges that we're facing in our territory. I also had a question for PSC, and I think this is along those same lines as our good Senator from Frederickstead just stated. And I know in the Executive Director's testimony, she mentioned about the limited capacity and to mandate a resolution in regards to the cellular services issues within the territory. And my question was, if there are any recommendations by the PSC to this body in order to be able to assist. I do understand that the FTC has, at the federal level, has an entity that really regulates a lot of these telecommunication agencies and companies. But is there any recommendation or anything that this body, this committee can do to be able to assist the PSC in its responsibility?
To Sean Hendricks, Public Services Commission. The overall goal of the Public Services Commission is to make sure that we have fair, reliable service for all customers involved, and to ensure that the public utilities have the ability to survive within the industry. So any assistance that this body can provide to the PSC to give us a little more teeth, for lack of a better word, it will actually be appreciated. We've seen in the past where we didn't have the ability or jurisdictions to govern certain entities that fell under our regulations, and by statutes, by laws, and assistance by this body, we're now able to do so. So with your assistance, we would be willing to accept whatever laws or changes in the law that you can assist with.
Well, through the chair, I would request that Executive Director submit to this committee recommendations of what that language is, because no one better than the PSC would know what it needs to be able to fulfill its mandate. So
30 seconds.
Please submit through to this committee this information. Will be good. The other question is regarding to ensuring that numbers, the portability of numbers, that we are here, some of the issues, and we're losing our precious known area code that has identified us here in the territory. What, if there's anything that the PSC can do to ensure that this doesn't continue, this practice doesn't continue to happen?
To Sean Hendricks, I'm sorry, can you repeat? It was coming in a bit fading.
Well, I said, with regards to the portability of numbers, what, if anything, can the PSC do to ensure that we don't continue to lose our area code, which we are identified by and has become an icon or a signal of identification for us Virgin Islanders?
Understood. To Sean Hendricks.
And with regards to the first question, I would like you to be more specific as to your response, because just generally throwing it on us, what specific recommendations you guys, what do you need? What language do you need in there to be more specific?
To Sean Hendricks, as mentioned before, there are FCC and federal laws that prevents us from actually moving forward with certain mandates onto the public utilities. So we have limited jurisdiction over what we can do in terms of rates and services.
And the second question regards to the portability,
In addition
the
to,
transferring of maintaining your cell phone number.
correct, the federal FCC also mandates that particular aspect of number portability. The PSC does not have jurisdiction in that.
So there's nothing that the PSC can do regards to a complaint by a citizen that is being asked to forsake his number.
That's correct, to Sean.
That's what you're saying?
That's correct. The FCC and federal laws ultimately dictate and have jurisdiction over number portability.
Okay, so in conclusion then, a citizen customer who is faced with this issue, who should they report to? The FCC? Is that your statement?
That's correct. When it comes to number portability with the 340, the 787 and the 939 area codes, unfortunately, the number portability cannot take place with AT&T because AT&T is no longer conducting business within the Virgin Islands. Earlier today, our executive director read into the record the statement that was received from AT&T instructing all their customers that currently have a 340, a 787, or a 939 number, that as of April 6th, they would have to consider making some changes and selecting an alternative provider should they want to continue with their 340s, 978s, and 939 area codes.
Thank you. My time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, let me ask via Liberty, in respect to Department of Public Works, which the Commissioner mentioned in his testimony that they meet weekly and have invited others to participate in a bi-weekly meeting with all utilities. Do you guys meet on a weekly basis? Can you please recognize the mic of Ms. Pitt? Okay.
Geraldine Pitts, via. Not that I'm aware of. I know Vitima does meet with my team more often. We are in contact with Public Works, though. We reach out to them from time to time.
But do you
and I'm
meet
not
on a
aware
weekly
that
basis?
we are on a weekly basis.
Thank you. Liberty?
Senator Blind, Ravi Mewala, Liberty, I'll defer to Jose Arias.
Very well.
Jose Arias, Director of Construction, Liberty VI. Yes, we meet in all of the utility coordination calls with the DPW and the other agencies.
So you meet on a weekly basis?
I think it's bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly? Okay, very well. I have many more questions in that respect, but Senator DeGraff, I'll let you do your line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. OMB. I think that to see VIBO, Virgin Islands Broadband Office,
Yes.
in OMB,
Yes.
don't work. It should be in BIT.
No.
Are you a grant writer, and OMB deals with Office of Management and Budget, broadband? You giving yourself more work.
Okay. So, is my mic working?
I'm gonna get back to you. Just want to, so you will have an answer, okay? So I do apologize. I just wanted to keep roaming. CEO Smith, Let me see. Liberty and Via uses your poles, or just Liberty alone?
Just Liberty, Senators, as far as I know.
Okay, so in...
No, we on all the polls.
I've been corrected by VIA, so VIA is on the polls as well.
Okay, that's what I figured. So now...
So, just to
Yes,
clarify,
sorry.
we're not on the polls as yet.
Not on the polls as yet. Okay, good. So one of the issues are in neighborhoods like where I grew up in Savannah, have what we call step streets. That you're not going to pull a truck up to and a big bucket and the gentleman up there working comfortably. You got to go into these step streets to provide these services and WAPA poles, but with ladders and stuff. Are you equipped to do that and ready to take on that kind of task and safety for your employees? Both of you, VIA and WAPA.
Yeah, that's our team routine.
And Liberty,
Sorry.
yes. Sorry.
Geraldine Pitts, CEO of VIA. That's what our team routinely does. Yes, in terms of safety is always going to be a big concern for us. We make sure that our team focuses on that safety, but that's where we have to do it to get to the customers that we need to get to.
Okay, and Liberty, were you aware of that?
So I'll defer to Jose, who is closer to the construction and service delivery side.
Yes, Jose Arias. Yes, as soon as we get access to the poles, we will do it.
You ready for that?
Yes.
Okay, and micro trenching. They're talking about micro trenching. Forget it. Nobody dig up any road in Vornell ever fix them back. None. I live in here all my life. Not one road have been dug up and get fixed back to how it should be. So dig it proper, do what you gotta do, and then come out of it from there. Don't try to undercut. Because there's cables across the street from me. There's this
30
orange cable.
seconds.
This is a fiber cable. It's above the ground now. When they initially put it in, prior to the hurricanes, the erosion of the side of the road, it's an orange cable. It's above the road. It might be a VIA cable. I'm not sure. But it's what I was told as that cable. Okay, so for OMB, yeah, you could sell your case. Let me see.
Yeah. Samir Weber, Grants Manager, OMB. So the Office of Management and Budget is the single point of contact for all grant funding, specifically for O'Neill coming into the territory. With that, NTIA decided that we were the ones they would give the funding to. It was us or nobody else. It's a similar situation in Puerto Rico where the grant went to OMB and they were tasked with creating a broadband office similar to us.
And if you don't mind, wrap up, Mr. Chair. A broadband office. Okay, let me see what kind of infrastructure you have. You have a grant writer.
Yes, we do have grant writers.
How is this office supposed to work? What employees you have assigned to this office to make it work right now?
So at the moment, we are still in the process of creating the broadband office. We are trying to get a director for the broadband office, a grant administrator, a public relations officer, a legal counsel, and a fixed asset manager.
Does BIT have any of those requisite persons?
At the moment, no, because we have been in contact with Director Ross from the beginning. He has advised us tremendously.
Yeah, we're looking at some more years down the road to get but good effort, but again, I don't think it worked there. So again, thank you to everyone for all you do. Like I said, we have some issues. I just like to leave here knowing that we have some kind of solutions on the way. It's too easy to come and beat you up and find fault. There's a lot of issues. Let's try give the people something tangible. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, let me continue. Liberty, how long have you been waiting for these permits to be approved through Public Works? How long have you been waiting for these permits in order to move forward, based on your statement? Please recognize Jose's mic.
Jose Arias, the Director of Construction for Liberty VI. I don't have the exact time, but it's well more than 6-9 months waiting for them.
9 months.
I would say.
Okay, and the Public Works Commissioner is not here, but I'm going to ask questions from his testimony because I'm seeing a lot of questions that we need to have answered today. So in his stead, I'm going to ask some questions. Okay? So he spoke to recently returning 10 packages that were reviewed and sent back for revisions. And he further went on to state that BTW is committed to timely review and approval of excavation permits. However, it is important to note that prior to Liberty VI undergrounding efforts, DPW had no experience in micro-trenching or a policy for such. Moreover, our policy for undergrounding effort have been to require trenching to be done at least 24 inches or below the surface in the right of way. Micro-trenching calls for lines to be buried within 8 to 12 inches from the surface. And he went on to state, in fact, many jurisdictions across the country limit micro-trenching and have strict requirements. Most, if not all states, do not allow any micro-trenching on highways. Caution must be exercised when permitting micro-trenching to avoid future conflicts and costly relocations. So based on your weekly and bi-weekly meetings, what is the result of those meetings and what's the solution moving forward? Because I see an impasse. So how are we going to fix this issue moving forward? I'm going to start there. Anyone?
Sorry. Hello. Jose Arias, Director Construction, Liberty VI. We, as a matter of fact, in addition to the meetings, we go to the field with DPW personnel before they issue any permits to us. So we go with them, we do a visual inspection, we walk the route, we follow the recommendations, and then we redo the packages and we resubmit the packages for permits.
So everything that was said or that is said in those meetings, you do what you are asked and you're telling us so that you resubmit the package based on what was asked.
Yes, as a matter of fact, also we follow the call before you dig instructions, but we go above and beyond. We even call VIA personnel, we call BINGM personnel. If there is something that we break, we fix it the same day unless the utility tells us to wait. So,
Commissioner for DPNR, Oriel, you have some insight on these meetings? Oh, first of all, these meetings?
I am not.
Okay.
So again, the utility coordination meetings, right? It is to ensure that we intrude on the public roadway system minimally as possible.
Correct.
Correct? So you have Public Works, who owns the roadways and are primarily responsible for the top and the surface. And then as you go all the way down, you've got to make sure Waste Management has sanitary sewer lines, WAPA has water, and then now you throw telecom in there. I think it's very key to state what has been in writing, right, is that federal highway actually doesn't allow for microtrenching. How many roads are paved with federal highway dollars in this territory?
That was my next question.
Right, so that's a key component as to how can we, or not we, but the GVI, but how can Public Works make sure that we're coordinating with all the utilities who have a role to play when particularly certain things are allowed, certain things are not allowed, or there is at least right now not a policy for it as to what's the best way. Because now you also have to think about how many utilities are inside, telecommunications at that top 12-inch layer, and then also all the crossings that have to go. And so that's where Jose is saying, I mean, they have to get very, very technical on the ground at certain particular things. But then there are certain things that are just not going to be possible at all. I can give you the one that I'm fully aware of, which is if we think we're going to trench on Main Street after putting in all our millions of dollars of cobblestone, like I had to tell you, no, sir? Like we're gonna have to go back street or something like that. Like that's not gonna work. It's completely different animal inside of there. And so there's going to be a lot of things that probably are gonna take some time. Plus, not only do we have to think about the federal highway system, right? Because again, you have FEMA giving money for roads, FEMA's giving money to WAPA to bury lines, FEMA's giving money to Waste Management, and we're trying not to dig up the place like 5, 6, 7 different times for several $1 billion worth of projects. But at the end of the day, too, Public Works has to report back to Federal Highway about how many times and all of this. And then FEMA also doesn't want to pay for roads that are getting some other federal source of money as well. So I would say that it is going to be a complicated issue, even though it seems really, really simple, because microtrenching is, particularly in our land space, with all the volcanic rock that we have, like it is a struggle to get down 3 feet, 4 feet, or whatever. So microtrenching works, except for, unfortunately, our history with microtrenching is that we don't put a road back the same way, like Senator DeGraff said. We don't put it back the same way. And so, I know they're not here, and I'm not trying to speak for the permits themselves, but there is an absolute thing that a bunch of considerations that have to be made before you would say, okay, yes. Because, again, particularly with the federal highway dollars that pay for, or say you can't do certain things in these roadways, those are things they have to keep into consideration.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Before I go to a point of information, I have two quick questions. Number one, what's the amount of federal dollars we speaking to Liberty in terms of investment in the territory? How much federal funds are we speaking to?
The $4.5 million.
Say that again?
$4.5 million.
Okay, very well. And in these bi-weekly meetings, I'm sure that there is some type of coordination that's happening in that space, but as the DPNR committee stated, it's going to take some time. Time is not on our side. Time is not on our side. So we must go from bi-weekly to weekly, or we must do some in terms of coming to some type of resolution, because I asked earlier of Liberty in respect to the trenching, and it was stated, of course, we have a lot of federal roads in the territory. I asked specifically if any of these permits that's being held up are local roads, and it was stated they were local roads. Is that correct, or is that incorrect? The permits that's being held up, are those permits in local area, local roads, or are those on the federal side? That's my question and clarification.
Hello, Jose Arias, Construction, Liberty VI. Again, we submit our permitting request to DPW, and we follow their instruction. As a matter of fact, we do macro trenching in Puerto Rico, and we suffer the same things. And all the utilities go on mark, and we don't break anyone else's.
Sure.
I'm sure we have a map of our roads, which is local and federal. My question again, do you know, Commissioner Oriol, in respect to any of those permits, whether it's local or federal?
So, Senator, I would say that the fact that Liberty is trying to get to 30,000 plus accounts, like locations, it's going to go across both. Like there's no way we can get to 33,000 locations without crossing between local and federal highway roads.
Very well. Point of information, Senator
Thank you.
Francis Heiliger.
Quickly, for Liberty, the gentleman that deals with construction, a lot of what's being shared here today in regards to the federal versus local roads, is that something that has been explained to you prior or during these meetings, or when you have to resubmit the packages? Do you guys get information as to there's a differentiation between accessing local roads or roads that have been funded federally?
When we had the discussion with DPW, they never explained to us any difference. We just, like he said, we know where the houses are. We do the walkouts, we do the CROs, we do the designs, and we submit it for them to give us the permit.
So basically, for what you're saying, for 6 to 9 months, no one has explained that to you guys.
No, all I keep hearing is a complaint about microtrenching. Microtrenching is less intrusive than the regular trench that is used for other utilities like water, power, sewer.
Okay.
Microtrench is less intrusive. It's just a 3/4 of an inch wide trench. That's nothing.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask that question because I keep hearing this dialogue between this project moving forward, so ultimately the people can have some type of resolve to all of these phone issues. But then I'm hearing from one side, information is not being relayed to them so that they could better move forward in getting this job done. So it almost sounds like we're gonna be stuck. And I'm getting frustrated having to deal with these phone issues, just like all the people in the territory. So when you're telling me that we're having meetings every 2 weeks, why aren't we not moving up to have meetings every day, figuring it out, pushing this forward? Because this is literally having a major effect on the lives of the people of this territory. It's not fixing itself. And a meeting twice a month is not gonna fix it. It has to be resolved. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Point of information. Thank you, Senator Francis Gallagher. Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's why earlier I read from the letter that was provided by the Department of Public Works, reading the same about microtrenching. I think if we all, words matter, and if you read that letter, in that letter, and the paragraph before the last one, the commissioner, and by the way, I want to thank Commissioner Oriel for his honesty just a few minutes ago. It clearly says DPW does not have adequate in-house staff to perform daily inspections. And then the last sentence says, and because they don't, they then have hired in third-party inspectors paid by Liberty. And then in the last sentence of that paragraph, they're saying that the same field inspectors that Liberty pays for lack the enforcement and teeth necessary to ensure field staff adhere to DPW approved plans and specifications. We need to have the Commissioner of Public Works in here to answer that. That is very concerning to me. And I agree with the gentleman that microtrenching is innovative, it's less costly, and it really is the solution for the type of ground or rock that Commissioner Oriel says that we have. However, I'm very concerned about this letter. So Mr. Chairman, I really applaud you for having this meeting today, but DPW letter is very troubling to me. Thank you.
Likewise to me too. Thank you for your responses, because we are speaking to 8 to 12 inches compared to 24 inches, which is less abrasive. So I do agree. So I believe, Madam Co-Chair, moving forward with those weekly meetings, we need to try to see if we can be part of that to really help to bring this to bed, because we have problems, we have issues, and our people are suffering as a result of that. And we're speaking to some $84 million investment, $84 million investment in a territory. So there should be no excuses moving forward. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and I too agree that this meeting was a very important meeting, and we brought together all the stakeholders. Definitely we have some work to be done, but I want to follow up with Liberty on the $84.5 million that was awarded from the FCC. I know my colleague from Wrong the Field had asked about that. That's a little sidebar. Okay, so of the $84.5 million, is any of it in danger of being recaptured or at this time?
Senator, I'll defer to Wanda, who might be able to give you a more appropriate answer, our legal and regulatory counsel.
Please hold the senator's time. Ms. Ortiz.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Put your name on the record, for the record, please.
Yes, Wanda Perez, Government Affairs Council for Liberty VI. So the award is over 10 years, so we're not getting that money upfront or all of it at the same time. It's spread over 10 years. If we do not comply with the requirements of the award, we will face serious penalties.
Okay, so of the 84.5 million, how much has been expended to date?
I don't have that number. I can get it for you.
Okay, good. Let me just get now to OMB, because my colleague from Savan had asked about the VI Broadband office. Is there any current employee of the OMB department that works for the VI Broadband? Are you charging that area?
1 minute.
Samir Weber, Grants Manager, OMB. Currently, we don't have any employees in the VI Broadband.
Okay, that's it. That don't go on. I only have 3 minutes. You have no employees. Okay, good. Ms. Pitt from Geraldine Pitt, yes, thank you, said that there's about 5,000 VI residents that are going to lose that subsidy to be able to get broadband service.
30 seconds.
The notice is going to go out February 7th, so we have 2 weeks. OMB is telling me here that your ambitious plan will significantly enhance connectivity and provide internet for all. That is what VIA is doing. They're providing this with that subsidy. Somehow we have to continue that program. We can't have these 3,000 plus, lower income folks lose their internet connectivity. So we got to work it out, and let's continue providing access, internet access to our people. And thank you all testifiers. You've been well today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. OMB, let me ask you quickly, in respect to the broadband office in terms of staffing, how close are we to bringing someone on board? Where are we in that process?
We have had multiple rounds of interview with multiple candidates. Is just to find the right candidates. We are not looking for bodies in positions. We're looking for people to do work.
You said the right candidate. You have had several interviews. So you're telling me everyone that showed up for those interviews don't have the experience and the like? Or because you say look for the right one? What do you mean by the right one?
We have made several job offers to candidates who we thought were right, and they made the, other decisions. So it's now for us to go back to the table and do another round of interview.
See, and honestly, I'm going to say this, and this is just my opinion. When it comes to hiring here in the territory, in almost all instances, many times, even all of my colleagues and myself have individuals coming for us with experience, knowledge, and the like. We send the applications in and nothing happens. It takes time. And we need to understand the sense of urgency with all of these federal dollars and local dollars, positions, and the outcome, our people, services, quality of life, and the like. And we need to understand what's at stake for our people. It's very, very important. You're not going to all get the perfect person, but once the person really cares and wants to make a difference and have the experience, I guarantee they will work out. Based on my experience in management for over 25 plus years, it always works out. Once the heart is in the right place. So we really need to be aggressive and move forward because there's a lot of stake moving forward. I just wanted to put it on the record. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I listen to the conversation, we continue to talk about public-private partnership, and we have millions of federal dollars. And I'm not certain why we're not thinking outside the box, where we're looking for our OMB office. I don't know if it's a federal mandate. I don't know what it is. But, you know, I think that we are at the point. When was these funds awarded?
June of 2023.
Okay, so that's how much months ago?
7.
Yeah, 7 months. And we now have a program that's expiring, right? But I have to put this on the record, Mr. Chair. I am going to ask publicly that consideration be given by the government, the Chief Executive Office and the Office of Management and Budget to explore a public-private partnership with these entities that's before us. They have the resources to administer these programs. Why are we trying to set up programs like this in the local government so in the next couple of years, when do these funds expire, we're going to hear that, oh, X million of these dollars were not expended and they're going back? Is there expiration on this? 5 years. Okay, and so in the third, fourth year, this is what we're going to be hearing. Let's establish a public-private partnership with these partners that's before us if we are serious about expediting these federal funds. I rest.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And the next senator who also have a bill that goes to that, Senator Maurice James, you recognize my co-chair for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I ditto the last speaker because it seems as if all we're doing in the Virgin Islands is setting up offices to implement programs, and the offices take about 1 to 2 years to set up, and then we find we need another office and another office. And so all the money goes to administrative costs. 5,000 Virgin Islanders are at risk of losing ACP next month. 5,000 Virgin Islanders that we know are low income. We seem to be behaving in the Virgin Islands as if these people do not exist, as if they don't exist, that somehow everything is hunky-dory. This is going to lapse. I'm hopeful that Congress will extend the funding, but 21% of our residents are over 65, living on fixed income. If they lose that $30 in the next 3 to 4 months, they will incur a debt, and they'll probably lose services. Over 5,000 students in each district, right? If I'm a student who's receiving the ACP, then that household risks losing connectivity before the end of the academic year. What are we doing to our elderly and to our young people, the most vulnerable people in our society? What are we doing? And it seems as if we really don't care. At the end of the day, we don't care. So, that's all I have to say, because at this point, there's no urgency in taking care of those who are less fortunate. And what we're doing is we're just becoming a community of haves and have-nots, and we're ignoring those who don't have and somehow acting as if they're able. They need our help, and that's all I'm going to say. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Maurice James. Let me ask quickly before I go to Senator, I guess Senator Fred Gregory, you're next. Let me ask this quick question in respect to liberty, because the commissioner also stated that there has been a major sticking point between the department and Liberty VI. Phase 1, deficiencies. Have you addressed the issues such as loose and faulty valve covers and inadequate striping, especially on the island of St. Croix? Have those deficiencies been addressed?
So I know we have addressed some, but I'll defer to Jose Arias. They will give you more details.
Jose Arias, Construction, Liberty VI. The answer is yes. All of those that have been referred to us, we have been fixing them. As a matter of fact, we went forward and we welded all of the covers in the roads, the ones that were traffic grade. So every time they refer one to us, we repair or we change it. I was wondering what the commissioner refers as phase one. So my guess is that he's referring to the AT&T work.
Yes.
Okay, so those, yes, we go and we fix as soon as they refer it to us. But that's a job that was done, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, 6.
So my question is again, so you did address those deficiencies, and have everything moved forward with that portion as a result of you following up and fixing those deficiencies?
The first time they referred to us, we went forward and we fixed them, and I believe we received a couple more complaints, and then we sent contractors to fix them as well.
And after they were fixed by the contractors, then what? What happened as a result of that?
The ones that were fixed by the contractor, I don't remember receiving any more complaints on those.
Did that have anything to do with any permits being held up? That's my question.
Any permitting?
The deficiencies that have anything to do with your permit being held up.
I understand that one of the comments from the commissioner was that he was holding back on the permits because of the deficiencies that we were fixing.
So have you gotten the permits? Have you gotten the permits?
No, they stopped. They gave us like 14, 18 permits packages, and that's it. No more.
Thank you for that information.
We have around 59 packages waiting for permit and more to submit.
Senator, if I can clarify.
Put your name on the record, please, and clarify, because it needs to be made clear today, because I'm hearing the same thing over and over again, and we need to get to the bottom of it.
I agree. Wanda Perez, Government Affairs, Liberty VI. So we submitted the first set of packages. When we have gotten, as Jose mentioned, we go, we review the terrain, the site, we made whatever amendments, DPW requests. The areas we are building and we're submitting packages for are the areas DPW has established we can build. So we are not even proposing the areas. They are saying which areas we can submit packages to. They have come back with different requirements, such as the third-party inspector, which we agreed to, the 5-year warranty, which we agreed to, and a bunch of other things which we have agreed to, and they still haven't given us the permits, unfortunately.
So, for the record, you're stating on the record today that they are the one that made the recommendations in terms of the areas. They are the one that asked for certain requirements, and you have done all of the above, and yet nothing has occurred.
Correct. In fact, after our last hearing with the Senate here in October, we haven't received any packages. So we handed in the packages many months before, but we can certainly tell you that after our meeting here in October of 2023, we haven't received one permit.
And have you met since then? Yes. Since the last meeting, you have met?
Yeah.
Okay, very well. Thank you. I'll go to my colleague and I'll return. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, when we have these type of meetings, this has been an extensive discussion today around these challenges, and I'm not certain that we have the resolve or the takeaways, because one of the very important departments are missing. But the Call Coordination Center, I think that's the name of it, that's supposed to meet, that's associated with this one dig. Supposed to meet, I think, 6 times a year? 6 times a month, year? I can't remember. Anybody could help me?
So, Senator, it's the utility,
Yes.
the utility coordination team.
Center, yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, they actually meet twice a month. If I'm not
So
mistaken.
I guess, is it happening? So I need to ask
Yes.
Vaya? I need to ask Vaya. Are you meeting?
Right. So I said earlier, the question was asked of me earlier, and I said we didn't, and we only met with VITE team. In fact, I was just waiting for the roundup to close that off. We do meet. My team does meet with them every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks?
Yes.
Liberty?
We have confirmed that we meet with them every 2 weeks.
Okay, so then if we're meeting with them every 2 weeks, why we have this disconnect that I'm hearing that I'm hearing in this discussion? What is the issue? What is the disconnection?
So, to the best of my knowledge, Senator, in those bi-monthly meetings, it is just to discuss plans and future projects. and to advise to see if there's any collaboration that can be done. It does not
I like
address
the word that you use, collaborations, because when I was downstairs, I listened intently to the Commissioner of DPNR talking about the fact that
One minute.
there's a whole lot of billions of dollars or millions of dollars in projects, in federal projects, and it requires some coordination. Correct, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
So if we are having this discussion, why is it that we have yet to come up with a coordination plan? We know what the pots of monies are. We know what the projects are. Why is it that we have not come up with, I mean, I don't know that I need you to answer the question because you're not, who leads that entity?
Public Works
that's
is the
Public
chair.
30
Works,
seconds.
right? So that's the question of the day. Why is it that we didn't hear today, look, we've been meeting, and this is what we've come up with. This is the coordination. That's very much missing from this. And in the meantime, while this is missing, we are leaving today with a lot of unanswered questions that certainly you guys may not be able to answer because that coordination piece is missing. So,
Time.
Us having a meeting every 2 weeks to talk about future projects ain't helping us with the projects that's in front of us, right? So we have an issue, and we have to lead on this as a government. But we also need to ensure that the utility providers also have to lead on this as a private partner. So we need to y'all need to explore the different conversation that needs to be had in these meetings. You guys are all busy people. You have time to waste to talk about future projects when you have projects that's in front of you that ain't moving. Our people are being impacted. I don't have any questions. I think that's the takeaway from this discussion today. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory Ditto. I concur with you, and I believe I will have my team put a backdoor meeting ASAP with all of the stakeholders that were invited here today, and assure that everyone is present, and we have to move forward. Not need to, we must move forward in this respect. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, testifiers, once again. Quick question. If for some reason this stalling of packages and things are not being done, you're not getting answers, people are not being told, if this causes, is there a possibility that you guys could just totally lose this and it be awarded to somebody else, the grants? I need to understand that because this is not making sense to me.
So I'll defer to my colleague, Wanda Perez.
Hello, Wanda Perez, Government Affairs Council for Liberty VI. So the process, the award was a reverse auction. So we had to meet certain requirements, and BBVI at the time won the award. The FCC hasn't stated that they will award the money to someone else or etc. But we would certainly have to go to the FCC. I mean, we have gone to the FCC and explained the situations because we have to meet very specific milestones, and we're not getting there.
I'm getting a little frustrated because, this is the real state of our territory. Let me be honest with you. Because I'm hearing conversations about our children not potentially getting access to vital internet, money's running out, we have to set up other sections within other branches of government just to get things done. And at the end of the day, the people are not getting what they need. That is the whole purpose of government. That's our job. Our entire job is to run as efficiently as possible to make sure the people's lives are better. That's it. But when I have to sit here and listen to what it seems like it's a whole level of bureaucracy and roadblocks, it's scary because the people are the one that's calling me as their representative upset over their phone. And it gets to the point for me that it seems like unless people start dying, that something major happens because somebody cannot get access to help, that somebody cannot get access to utilize their phone or communicate in a way that until that happens, everybody's going to start running around helter-skelter. Then everybody's going to start blaming. It's your fault. It's your fault. When we have all this time, and all we have to do is focus on getting the job done. But somehow, I am here having a meeting being told that granted we're having all these phone problems, one company is saying we keep turning in everything. Every
30
provision
seconds.
they ask us to do, we change it. But then they just don't respond. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I am kind of leaning on believing them because this happens in so many different aspects of our government. So I can't even defend us. I can't. And I hope we have a meeting that Public Works is here, because then I could definitely get some response from them. Because I don't want to pick sides. I'm trying to keep balance here. But if we have a history of having the same type of behavior, and they're basically telling us this is exactly what's holding us up, I don't know what you want me to say. So, Mr. Chair, I am going to hope that whatever meeting we have, that we have Public Works here, so we could get some kind of response, some type of resolve in getting to the bottom of this, so this project could get moving. Our people need access to proper service. Our people need access to good internet service, because this is the way of our life, and this is how our territory functions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Halliger. We will have a meeting. It's going to be a backdoor meeting, though, because time is of the essence. I must say, though, that it's been a long day. I appreciate everyone that came, because you understand the importance of the meeting. And I believe we had a robust discussion today. I believe we learned some new information, and I believe we have a handle of exactly what's going on in that space. I look forward to the upcoming meeting, and likewise, I hope that we resolve this issue once and for all at that time. I'm going to give everyone 30 seconds to do a closing statement, and then we will wrap up. I'm going to start with, from my left, OMB. I'll give you 30 seconds. OMB, please recognize the mic.
Good afternoon again. Just to repeat the information, today the GVI has only received $1.2 million of the $27 million allotted to us. The broadband office is a requirement. It's not something that we decided that we want to make. In terms of, again, expending these funds when we do receive them, there is a robust review process that needs to happen. We can't have public-private partnership. There can't be any kind of preferential treatment. Okay, there is approximately 300 pages of information given to us by NTIA, which we have to follow every stipulation. And finally, no jurisdiction in the United States have received any funding beyond the planning stage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that information. Director Smith?
Thank you. Good afternoon. We just want to thank everybody for the time to appear here today. Looking forward to continue to supporting the effort of telecom and broadband in the territory. I'm very pleased to have met Ravi last week, new country manager. I think that's going to improve the relationship with Liberty significantly. We've already got a poll attachment agreement in place or in front of them. We'll expedite review of those polls, to get that process going with them. And finally, just want to thank the hardworking men and women of the WAPA family. We play a critical role in the territory, and that's only because of the hardworking men and women out on the teams. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, and that's what I'd like to hear, progress moving forward. Ms. Pitt, Baya?
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIO. In wrapping up, we've had a lot of conversations today about the ACP and its ending. So we're looking for an in the meantime solution, one that bridges the gap between where we are, where we're heading by the end of April and what may come out of the $27 million from OMB. So in the meantime, could be painful, and that's, I think, we're looking for an in the meantime solution. I also want to be able to take the opportunity. I've heard a lot of discussions about the 340 number and the ability of Virgin Islanders and having to give up that number. They don't have to give up that number. VIA is a viable option for them. Then we also have, in terms of porting, we can port any stateside number, PR number as well. And also, we are also asking that customers, you're welcome to become a part of the VIA family. So on behalf of Jennifer Matarangas-King, who's here with me, is PR and Government, on behalf of the entire hardworking team of VIA, who worked tirelessly every day, I appreciate the past, the present, and those who may be for us future. Everybody has made a valiant contribution, and we greatly appreciate that. So on behalf of that entire team, past, present, and future, I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you to the chairman for inviting us here today, and we look forward to our next engagement.
Thank you so much for your responses. Commissioner Oriol, DPNR.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to start off by thanking my staff, particularly my zoning office, coastal zone management, and building permits team for providing me with the robust testimony that I had today. And as you can see, from all the permits that have been approved, my team is here to execute and work with applicants in making sure things get executed. So we will continue to work with all the carriers to ensure that this critical infrastructure does, in fact, get permitted and we can move forward. And that brings about increased service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Again, here to support, hoping that I don't necessarily need to be part of the next big discussion, but always here to help out. You all know that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Liberty?
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I just want to clarify 2 points. We have information that based on the permitting packages that are pending approval, about 80% are on local roads. Also like to clarify that customers that have the USVI numbers that live in the US can port their numbers to Liberty to ensure that they retain it. All right. I'd also like to thank Senator Blyden and this honorable committee chairman's speakers for this afternoon contribution, and especially my team who has worked so hard in preparing for today's session, and the team here in the USVI who has been working tirelessly over several months to assist our customers and provide the best experience that we can under the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. PSC?
Sean Hendricks, Virgin Islands Public Services Commission. The PSC thanks this entire body for the opportunity to participate in today's discussion. We look forward to future meetings as such, and we commit to provide our full support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's it. I want to thank my colleagues for their probing questions. I want to thank Security, Public Affairs, the stenographers, media. Thank you everyone for your participation in this most important hearing. I look forward to a follow-up backdoor discussion on this matter ASAP. My team and I will do that along with my co-chair. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is hereby adjourned.